Good morning to all our viewers and welcome to the live coverage of the final round of the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open. This event is powered by Prima Donna. This is the 11th event of the Tata Steel PGTI season from the cotton city of Coimbatore. And this is going to be a really exciting finish today. This is me, Amit Dubey, along with my co-host Shaurya. Good morning, Shaurya.
Good morning, Amit. It's fantastic to be here as we have a look at Manu Gandas lining up on hole number one. It's been exhilarating thus far. I hope our viewers who have been with us on this journey have really enjoyed the tournament thus far. We've seen a lot of low scores. We've seen the course record being shattered, not by one, but by two shots, by the young and dynamic Adil Bedi. Yes, I think he's well and truly back, recovered from that wrist injury.
It was
shooting a 9 under par on day two, and that's how you make a cut.
Yeah, he shot 79.63. And this is that shows the class of the player. It's how fast you can bounce and how high you can bounce back after a bad round. This is beautiful drone coverage of the Coimbatore Golf Club, and I've never seen it this green and lush, and it's looking so pleasing to the eye.
And really fantastic scoring by Akshay Sharma as well, hanging in there yesterday despite the challengers being all around him, the likes of Ryan Thomas, Sachin Besoi, Yashas Chandra, Michelle Ortolani, all the way from Italia. He's here, he's challenging. So you're saying that this leaderboard has a very unique complexion. It has youth, it has experience, and of course, it has some long-hitting players as well.
It's a really tightly packed leaderboard. There's only 5 shots between the 18th player and the leader, and this is a golf course that you want to get off to a fast start. To wind picks up, as many holes as you can get in before the wind actually starts affecting the ball drastically. Is the way to go about here.
And we had a look at the group of Amardeep Malik, Saptak Talwar, Manu Gandas. They're the group that teed off at 9:17 a.m. in the morning. Another thing which is peculiar about golf is that it really holds true to the adage, time and tide wait for no man or woman for that matter. If you miss your tee off time, even by 5 minutes, you can pack your bags and go back home. So everybody has to be on time.
Yeah, if you make it within 5 minutes of your tee off time, it's a 2-shot penalty, and if not, it's disqualification. And that is how you are taught to be punctual. Also, it teaches you punctuality and discipline, which is, I think, a good learning in life.
Absolutely, and we will try to be the fountain of knowledge regarding all things golf today, as we have a look at this.
The first hole is probably a really nicely designed short par 4. The wind comes out from the left. It hurts a bit also, so it's a little left to right head, and you need to put a draw on the tee shot because there's a big tree that overhangs in front of the tee box. You need to move it around it so that it holds the fairway. If you don't have that right to left spin on it, it's most likely going to miss the fairway on the right. And then it's a wedge in to a fairly small target. It's not. It's probably the smallest green on the golf course, and sloping drastically from back to front. So you want to keep it below the hole so you can be a little more, aggressive with your putt. But nevertheless, it's a birdie. It's a very much a birdie hole. It's playing below its par this week.
Amardeep here, laying up a little far behind as compared to his playing partner, maybe going off with a rescue from the tee, giving himself a more comfortable yardage. I've seen a lot of players like to have a full shot coming into a flagstick.
Yeah, it's a pitching wedge vis-a-vis a gap wedge, so it's not that big. He actually used a long iron off the tee. And Amardeep is someone who's fastidious about his pre-shot routine. He's very exact. He goes through this thing very diligently, and that's what keeps him consistent.
Yes, it's a repetition that actually sets him apart. It's a very consistent pattern of ball flight.
That familiar pause on top. Yeah, and he's hit it exactly where he was aiming. I can tell you, most people, you'll see lot of balls come up here. He's left himself a very straight putt. The grain's right to left, the slope's left to right, so it's not going to move much. So he's very easy
And a
look at
lot
birdie.
of spin early in the morning as well.
Yeah, it plays a little bit into the wind, Shaurya, and the grain is into you. So it is, and you've got a wedge. It is going to come back. So you have to factor that in when you hit your second shot if you're hitting a wedge.
For all our viewers who must be seeing that yardage marker down on the fairway, that's what the tournament committee does. Even though the players are afforded the luxury of using a rangefinder, they still do have numbers on the grass as well, which give you yardage to the front edge of the green. As you have a look at Saptak here.
Saptak also very meticulous about his whole routine, and that's what keeps you in the moment and allows you to maximize yourself.
Quite a hard hitter is Saptak.
And he really goes after it. He's not holding back through the ball at all, and you can see he's also going to get. You have to, because he had a shorter club and he went harder. The harder you get, the more spin you get. So you've got to factor that in. That it's going to actually, you want to pitch it slightly past the hole.
And this is really good for all our viewers back home who are wondering, how do you spin the ball back like that? Now that's exactly if
if you don't want it to spin so much, you need to you have to take a slightly extra club and ease out of it, and so that you reduce the spin rate.
I've seen that Manu Gandas is very good at controlling the spin. I've noticed many a time. That's how he's won. The year before last, he won 5 tournaments. He's very good at controlling the flight and spin. So let's see if he employs a more dead hand sort of an approach.
He's going to make a softer swing through it if he wants. It doesn't want it to spin back so much. You can see
look at that.
The softer swing.
He's very good when it comes to control of spin, which itself is an art which is not easy to master. So 3 good shots there. Lots of spin early in the morning.
He's played at the DP World Tour, and in Europe you play very windy conditions, and the ball moves a lot. If you don't know how to bring down the spin rate, the ball will just keep ballooning on you. So when you go and test yourself on different conditions, you learn more things and how to improvise more. And maybe that's probably one of the places you learn to bring that spin rate down. We have a fast starter today, Harinder Gupta. He had that 665 yesterday, so he's just starting where he left off.
Yeah, fantastic start by him. I think he's really staking his claim for this tournament. His 297th tournament. He wants to make it memorable.
Yeah, he's probably, we were going through that yesterday, and we found out that he was probably the person who's played the most amount of tournaments on the PGTI.
And sometimes quantity does mean quality, and in his case, that's definitely the case. That's definitely the story that he's played so many tournaments.
And it's such a. It also shows you how wonderful this game is. You can play it at any age, as long as you keep yourself in good shape. And Harinder is in good shape. He's been there for, it seems like eternity, and he's still very competitive.
Yeah, bounced back from an injury. I think he got waylaid for a tournament or two.
No, actually, I asked him. He actually re-gripped his clubs, and what happened is he changed the brand of his grip, and which was actually lighter in weight than the previous brand he was using, and that got his swing weight off completely. And then he was trying to figure out why he was hitting it was good. He was losing a lot of accuracy in his irons, and then he went back to the original grip he was using, which is actually the same weight, and it came back.
Yeah, he was also waylaid by a slight impingement of the shoulder, that an injury that he was suffering with, but he still managed to muster through it and play the previous season. So I'm pretty certain that would have recovered. These scores are a testament to that.
For our viewers who might not know these terminologies, swing weight is the feeling that swing weight is a way to measure the feel factor of your equipment. And Saptak, with his birdie putt on number 1, is straight up the hills, a little bit from the right, Shaurya.
I'm just looking at those lovely houses behind, an enviable view indeed, to sit there on your porch and enjoy.
I hope they've got a netting in front of them, because they're precariously close.
Well, You buy buy a house near a golf course. I mean, that's one of those risks that you have to endure, I guess. As we have a look at Saptak, definitely won't be happening this week.
This week, we're just talking about generally. Saptak, really good putter. I like the wear mark on his putter face. It shows you how much time he spends on the putting green. Practicing. See, I told you it's right to left. It moves more than you think it's going to move.
So, going by that calculation, this putt coming up for Amardeep Malik would be rather slow because it will be into the
slow.
green.
It'll be almost straight. It won't move much from left to right.
So for our viewers who are confused as to why Saptak is moving the marker, when your marker is encroaches on another person's line, then the other player can ask you to move the marker to a certain side, 1, 2, or as many club heads as required, and then you have to replace it back, mind you. Now the onus lies on the player who's moved it.
Yeah. So if you forget to replace it, it's a penalty, which is would be very unfortunate.
I always found the time when let's have.
I tell my caddy to remind me, by the way.
Yeah, likewise. I think we all do that. Straight firm should do it.
Yeah, it's a very makeable putt. You see, it's almost.
Oh
straight.
yes,
Yeah.
he knew it.
It's going to feed very little from the left.
Brilliant start for Amardeep Malik.
Probably out of all the putts on that green for birdie, his was the easiest.
Looked very comfortable as well.
And coming back to marking the ball, in former times when golf was in its nascent years, there was no marking of the golf ball, so you could actually stymie your playing partner. You could putt and make sure that he doesn't hold his putt.
So they were a little bit like a game of pool.
No, it was called stymie. Oh, I stymied him. So it's just that is just a little bit of golf trivia that the viewers might be interested to know.
So that was gamesmanship rather.
Gamesmanship, yes.
Sportsmanship is what we have now.
Yeah. Of Shamim Khan and Nadet Kaul and Shaurya Bhattacharya.
Yeah. Shamim Khan. No, actually, that's not Shamim Khan's group. That's actually the group of Shaurya Bhattacharya, Kshitij Kaul, and Pukrat Singh Gill. Now, this seems like a fairly straightforward putt. Yes, just about getting in from the right lip.
Yeah, see, the grain is again, it's going to push the ball a bit from left to right, the slopes right to left. So on Bermuda grass greens, it's probably much more difficult to read a putt.
I must say the wind has not picked up at this point in time. You can see in the background the shrubbery is not moving as much as it does normally. So the players are able to get off to a good start. They just have to contend with the hole number 1, 2, and 3. If they can make a few birdies, and then they can really go deep.
Yeah.
Fancy looking golf shoes there.
Yeah, if the golf shoes and golf attire has come of age these days. I remember that we used to get only one brand available, and if this is take it or leave it. But the brands have so much to offer. Actually, you should actually choose your shoe according to the way your foot is, your arch of your foot. If it's not matching that, actually, you might have balance issues in your golf swing. So that is also something that has started now.
Well, no such issues for the group that just left the first hole, 2 under for the 3 players. So that's a pretty solid start for their final day.
Yeah, this group has hugged the right side. Coimbatore is probably the windiest golf course they play on tour, and this actually makes people learn to control the flight better also.
As they say, when it rains, it pours. So you see all 3 players have gone right. So they must have been taken a little bit by surprise by the gust of wind which came through, because it seems like it was rather benign, but then it just came up. So It's very difficult in golf to judge the wind on different like the wind patterns, because below the trees it could be a certain way. Maybe you don't feel the gust coming through, and where your ball catches the apex, the wind, it catches the wind stream and just gets carried. So it's very difficult.
Actually, what you can't judge is the gusts, but the general direction above the trees remains the same. It's because this is more of the winds are coming from the sea. The opening in the Pal Ghats is where this wind comes into Coimbatore Golf Course from. So the one thing we used to do very well.
And also look at the flags of all our tour partners. First, the tour umbrella sponsor Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow. We make a lot of things possible. Tata Steel. Then you have Nissan, Bisleri, Electro Plus, Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, Golf Design India, and of course this week Prima Donna, who's made it all possible, and KGiSL. So a host of associate companies and sponsors who've made this possible,
Yeah,
and tour partners. Yeah,
this is Shaurya on your screen.
probably in the best position as far as these three are concerned. Would like to flight it down a little bit now, the wind picking up.
He's just a little blocked off as far as the pin is concerned, but he's got in the right direction. Just maybe half
not
a
too
club
bad.
less, half a club, yeah, more. But he's on the dance floor, so it's pretty good.
We saw Saptak with a similar putt, so it's doesn't have considerable break in it. Maybe
It
an
has a
outside,
lot of break over it.
maybe it's an outside shot, like maybe
It's-
a foot and a half outside the cup, but
Yeah.
it's not that quick.
and it's slow, and
Yeah, not
so
that
to
quick.
Get,
So it's,
get yourself to hit something that hard first up in the morning is not the easiest thing to do. And
10% make percentage.
maybe a little less. He's about 25, 30 feet. So the make percentage, 50% is 8 feet on the, we're talking like the PGA Tour. So you work backwards, it's almost like 5, 6%. But coming back to wind direction, then we used to play on the Asian Tour. The yardage books used to come with a compass on it, and the compass actually you can actually figure out which direction the wind is, and then the compass is in relation to the hole, so the wind. You don't actually have to check too much. You're looking out for how strong it is, but you know the direction basically. Pukrat Singh Gill from the short grass on number 1. The pin's on the back right today, so and there's a tree that comes in his line of sight, so he's going to take it over the tree.
Is the tree really coming into his line of play? I'm not too sure if he's. Seems like he's going with the lower shot from the looks of it. Let's have a look. Oh, he's gone with the higher shot, so tree wasn't really impeding upon his line.
It looks like he's working it left to right big time, so you can see the
Yeah.
spin.
It's a good effort from there.
Yeah, he's spin high. He probably was aiming to finish it on the left side of the green from where he was coming. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine.
Amit's having a look at this beautiful golf course and the lush green fairways. I'm suffering from a very modern acronym which goes something like FOMO, fear of missing out. You really do want to be playing at this point in time. The golf course looks splendid, and it seems like a final day of such a big event. Such a big prize fund. I'm sure all these players are chomping at the bits, and they have adrenaline flowing through their veins. Playing a final day, you want to move up the leaderboard. Gain on everybody else. It's just an exciting time, and you can see that conversation before the start of play.
That's Kalan Joshi, Michelle Ortolani, and Yashas Chandra MS. That's just our next group to tee off.
It's going to be an interesting group to watch. Especially Cullen really goes after that ball, puts a lot of compression on it. I really love the way he goes after it. Goes hell for leather and hits it a country mile.
Yashas, probably the opposite side of the spectrum, very low key, keeps him to himself a lot, and not very vociferous about his demeanor, I would say.
Yeah, but he's what they say, in colloquial parlance, he's a silent assassin. He's just fantastic. He hits a really long and languid, very smooth swing. Maybe a little bit. I don't know if you was to think of yesteryear, a player like Davis Love, that smooth long swing.
That's a
Oh, look at
really, I could
oh,
have done without those Michelin radials.
that's that was on a rope.
Yeah,
That had some
I,
revolutions on it.
I really like the way he clears his head in the golf swing. I would just kill for it.
That was dancing all over the flagstick.
For our viewers, yes, this is something which, being a coach, we've seen that one of the in history, the better ball strikers actually look ahead at impact.
Somebody who has a lot to look ahead for in terms of his bright future is this young man from Bengaluru.
Yeah,
He doesn't mull around much. He's ready to go. You blink and you miss. That swing has a lot of speed on it, mind you, upwards of 120 miles an hour with the driver.
yeah, he looks happy with it. He's a nice boy. I've known Kalin for maybe
I have a great, interesting
two,
story which I'll tell
two
you.
and a half decades. I was when he was really, really small, maybe 6, 7 years old. He used to hang around us when we used to go and play in KGA.
Pretty different styles, but fantastic result for both these players. You'll see even Yashas almost as equal length.
Yeah, Yashas uses his transition is absolutely spot on. He gets so much of separation in the first move down.
Entering the peak years of golf, as they say. Earlier it used to be
You can
40s. Now
see
it's
when he goes while he's going up, his body's always already started moving forward. You see, that's separate. That's the X factor. That's where his power is coming from.
yeah. He has also hit one right down the pipe.
We're gonna watch him hit quite a few more shots today, and you'll see while he's going back, before he reaches the top, the body starts moving forward, and that creates a lot of power.
Yeah, powerful swings. Two powerful swings, different styles. Now,
And we have Michel Ortolani on our tee, and we haven't seen much of him yet.
what
But
about golf courses in Italy? You played.
they're windy.
Are they windy?
They're very windy.
27 years of age.
You can see he stays really tall through it. That's how you keep the ball down in the wind.
That's a good shot right there. So three shots right in the fairway, and everybody going with an iron.
Yeah, it looks like
I mean, they're long hitters.
yeah, they're long hitters.
They're long
So
hitters, but
yeah,
I remember from our time, nobody was hitting an iron. Everybody used to hit a three wood. Three wood used to be the choice of club.
I used to use my 2 iron on this hole because 3 wood was something which could get me if I hit
If you
a
hit
little
high and the
if I
wind
hit a
would
little
take it, yeah.
if I hit a little left, it would run through the fairway. So if I hit, if you just draw it too much with a 2 iron, it's not making it to the rough.
But only the ones with a lot of internal fortitude would pick up a driver in this wind. I can tell you that much.
Rahul Ganpati. I used to hit a driver, yeah, and like I wish I could hit the driver like him. This is right, a couple of a ball or so right off the outside the right edge.
Giving us vibes of Gary Player here, dressed in black,
Very nice lines in his the whole procedure. It's very methodical.
dressed in all black for the final lay. Let's see if he's able to pour this one in. And unfortunately, he didn't quite hit the way he would have wanted to. That's
I
all right.
think he misread it because it moves a lot. You saw Saptak's ball; it turned a country mile. Pukraj cleaning up what he's left for par, and this one is actually. Oh, he can just take all the break out and hit straight and firm. He sees the grain. He's looking at it. He's trying to figure out whether how much should I give the grain and how much should I give the slope. Pukraj currently 8 under, 3 shots behind our leader Akshay Sharma, who had a brilliant back nine yesterday. Yeah, well read, young man. So that's, this is you hold a putt like that, it just calms the nerves. It has, I don't know, it has and Udian also, remember he was 8 under with 3 holes to play, then he tripled the eighth and came back with a birdie on 9, his
I think
last
Udian
hole.
has a score to settle with his golf course. He's not quite happy with the 6 under yesterday. He wanted a 9 or maybe even a 10. So he's picking up from where he left off. He's
Yeah,
got a bone to pick, and he's going around in the correct manner. 2 under through three. So it's a fast start for the chasing pack. We look at Udyan Mane, Harinder Gupta, Milind Soni, M Dharma. There's hardly anybody over par. You see Mohammad Azhar, Gaurav Pratap Singh, Karandeep Kochar, everybody under par. So, they're putting on the heat onto Akshay Sharma. Even before he tees off, he knows that they're coming for him.
yeah. But I
Big
really,
titles are never easy, Amit. You got to earn them.
it's winning tournaments is a test of character, and you need to back yourself at the right. And he did a really good job coming in yesterday. Remember that putt he holed on number 9 for par, which was he
Yeah.
fist pumped it. That actually gave him a lot of momentum into the back 9.
Perfect
Just
angle coming into this
yeah,
green.
he likes to move it left to right also. So he's eyeing this one down.
This is what they call a go zone. Let's see
We've seen
how
a
he
lot of
flights it.
balls backing up, so let's see if he caters for that.
It'll be interesting to see
This is
how
tracking Shaurya,
this.
but a
Oh, a
bit short.
little short.
Maybe between clubs there.
Yeah, sometimes you get stuck between two particular yardages, and it's difficult to commit to either.
Aman Raj also got to a fast start. He's 3 under through his first 6.
That's really good with an eagle as well, right? Is that him?
Yeah,
No,
that's him.
an eagle on the par five.
And Kalin Joshi.
He always has a lot of spin. Let's see how he'll have to pitch it past the
Yeah,
flag.
he's going to get a lot of purchase on this shot. He's got a wedge in his hand. You can see it's backing up.
Decent shot. I would say not the best that he would have wanted, but nevertheless, he gives himself a 20-footer for birdie.
Third member of this group, Michelle Ortolani, one of our foreign entries from Italy.
It's good to see players from all parts of the world, come and ply their trade on the professional golf tour of India, which is soon turning into a preferred destination, as for a lot of the foreign players to play here, and it gives you an opportunity to play even the co-sanctioned event with the DP World Tour, and so on and so forth.
He had a fantastic outing yesterday. He's with 67, so he's had a pair of 67s this week. Not sure if it's the right yardage. It looks to be long.
That's
Oh,
a good
that's
shot.
fine.
That's beyond the flag. Good shot by Michelle.
Yeah, pretty much the same line as Manu, maybe a foot or two longer. Manu
Yeah,
Gandas.
maybe it's that was more around 2 o'clock. This is around probably 1 o'clock of the flag. So, nevertheless, almost similar. A little outside right, and should do it.
Yeah, we saw that ball almost not want to turn Manu on number 2.
Very even keeled in his approach. Very level headed. This is the kind of personality you want to have, especially in a game of golf, where you go through such a range of emotions. You can have a birdie here, a bogey there, and sometimes the rub of the green goes against you. So you really have need a lot of internal fortitude to deal with this game.
Yeah, he was that was not an easy putt to get the speed right. He was coming up this camelback, and it was slow in the first half, but the moment he got on top of the hill, it was going to speed up and just maybe hit it a tad bit less. Amar making a birdie on number 1. He's he hold a fairly decent putt on number 1, so he's hopefully feeling it with his putter today, and he can go low. A bit right to left up the hill. Not necessarily slow because the green's with him for half of the ball's journey. You can see from his indication that he's running his caddy that the ball's going to move that way with the grain. So grain is basically the direction of growth of the grass on the green. Amar meticulous as usual. We've seen a few putts come up short on this green, so let's see if you can get the pace correct. And he's rolled it beautifully. So a birdie start for Amardeep Malik. He's well and truly on his off and going on his journey. He's moved to 9 under, 2 shots behind now of our overnight leader Akshay Sharma. Yeah, this pace was absolutely spot on. Manu must have learned a lot from Amar's party. He was probably traveling almost on the same line. 4.5 feet, right to left uphill. Really good putter, Manu Gandas. Yeah, I went right in the middle of the hole. Good putt. It's always good to hole a few putts in the first few holes. It gives you gets you that momentum. Third member of this group, Sabtak Talwar, cleaning up on number 2. Yeah, something disturbing, maybe an insect or an ant or something like that. It's always good to, clear your head before you hit the putt. Maybe just outside the right edge. Keep the speed up. He's seen 2 balls going in, so there's a lot of good energy there. Yeah, good stroke. Michel Ortolani with his birdie putt on number 1, downhill a wee bit from the right. This one, the grain really keeps it straight for a long time. You saw that he hit it a tad bit too far to the right, and it's straight there.
From the other players out on the golf course, among the players who teed off from the back nine, you've seen that the fortunes are a little different for them. The back nine tends to be a little more difficult starting off. The 10th is a par 5 that plays into the wind, and we've seen quite a few players drop a shot on that hole. Only a few birdies, and 11th also yielding bogeys, and so is hole number 12. So it shows you that the first 3 holes are no pushovers there. The 12th hole, although measuring only 380 yards off the tee, does play really tight because it has a narrow fairway, and the option of driver also is fraught with danger. As we have a look at Yashas here with his par attempt. Now, this is not the easiest of putt. A lot of break here. You've seen how severe the grain is this week.
This is
pretty
almost
strong.
more than a hole outside the left edge.
Yeah, I think for a right-handed player, this
It's probably one of that. It's very similar to that putt that Rory had at the US Open.
Very difficult part. You have to get everything right.
Yeah, you can see I think he
I
just.
have a question for you,
it, yeah.
Amit. On a putt like this, I'm always in two minds, to be honest. And I've seen the best putters that I've seen. Like, to my mind, is Rashid Khan. He's always, and Greg Norman for that matter, when he was very good with these short putts because he used to bang them in. He says, I used to aim for the back edge, the center part, the back cup. So that is one way, but can only be done if you have a lot of conviction in that stroke. If you try to die it in, you have to really contend. The apex point changes.
If the green is fast, you can't bang it in. It's not. It's gonna lip out and go even further if you just miss your hit pad. So I think it's more about visualizing it really well before you hit it.
But what's the way? So if I'm looking at a putt which is half a ball outside left,
whatever is visually more feels more comfortable to you. Do you visually feel more comfortable banging it in? Go for it.
okay.
It is your comfort will dictate what you are going to do.
So both ways you're saying can be consistent. Even if you're taking more line, is it about the quality of the hit that it has to be? If you're taking more line out,
See, what happens is if you are hitting it really dying, no matter where you want, where you want to start the ball, but the gravity is pulling the ball in a certain direction. So the forward momentum is so less that it actually starts right with gravity.
Okay.
So you actually have to aim a little more left of where you want to, in that case, where you want to aim, because the momentum is not there in the hit, the ball starts turning immediately.
So would you recommend that this is a putt that right-handers and conversely left-handers are practicing right-left putts a lot? Because I find that these are the most difficult putts because these are the ones where you have to marry speed and direction.
That is the art of putting. The first art of putting is that you should be really good at is line reading, and then getting that ball to start on the line that you want at the correct speed. Yeah, Sachin from perfect angle into this flag. I really feel that Sachin is someone who has the game to go low, and he knows how to handle final rounds.
Yeah, definitely knows how to handle this hole. He's gone straight at it.
Yeah, you can see the amount of backspin these players are generating these days. It's backing off straight from its pitch mark.
And mind you, this golf ball is obviously a lot firmer than yesteryears. If you remember those Maxwell Revolution or the professional 90s, as we have a look at. Actually, he's really good with these shots. He puts a lot of spin on them, comes in low with a lot of left-right spin. Let's see how this one works out.
He's got
It's a little flatter.
Yeah. Just
coming up a little short though.
Yeah, just maybe mishit it a bit because you saw there was not that much spin on it. A tad bit heavy, maybe.
Not quite on the mark early on, but that's all right. He has a long journey ahead of him.
Rehan from the right rough. He uses the driver on this hole, Shaurya.
Yeah, he's really like that about him. I find that an admirable quality that you can really back yourself up with the riskiest of shots and execute them. That takes a lot of guts, and as I say, no guts, no glory. Seems prime for a birdie there.
Yeah, he was coming in with a very short, like 180 yards to the flag, so you could take it up over the tree and still get it to stop quickly.
But that tells you something about the level of his ball striking. He's one of the only few players we've seen who's gone with the driver, so that he knows that his hit is very pure each and every time. Otherwise, he won't really be taking such a risk.
If your miss is right, you wouldn't hit a driver off the tee. If your miss is left, then it's all right. You can go with it.
You need a good strong hit.
If you're missing it to the right and you take a drive on this tee, then it's not a very wise decision.
Now we go to hole number 2.
It's a bit of right to left in this.
Oh, that's a little tugged it.
You saw he had aligned it absolutely straight. You saw the line on the ball.
This green looks a lot faster than the others. It looks, if you'll see, it's got that little bit of a brown tinge to it, slight. lighter shade of grass. It looks really
I
good.
think he just misread that one. The grain is right to left. Shaurya's ball is going to probably turn maybe a ball or maybe a little more than that. Depends on the speed he hits it at. If he wants to hit it a little firm, he can just keep it at a ball and hit it, take the break out of it.
A lot of birdies on the par 5 third, playing in at only 481 yards. So for these players, especially the long hitters, that's not much of a challenge in terms of distance.
Yeah, it's a fairly short par five. You can see he's gone the other way for him on the whole.
That's actually
Surprising
gone
because
contrary to what you thought.
because Satak had the same putt a few moments ago. It did turn right to left.
Yes,
Maybe
there's
maybe little bit more from Shaurya was coming more from 5 and Saptak came like from 4:30.
that's we've seen two.
Now on for our viewers that's the watch dial. That's how we kind of gauge the wind and the lines. You can see the wind's picking up. And you can see Pukraj was aiming center. He started at center and it moved left.
Yeah, so I think the players.
And that got Shaurya thinking about his putt and maybe took a little bit more line. Actually, I thought it's going to move.
It's pretty similar to what we saw on hole number 17. On certain holes, I think line reading becomes a little more difficult. I don't know. There are some factors which are not quite visible to the naked eye, or perception becomes a little more difficult. There's some confounding factors, that is for sure, that only the player on the green can know. Sometimes there's a hole which is on a spine. When we say spine, we mean that it's burst up.
Yeah.
A look at Akshay's putt here. He gave that a good run, a good putt by Akshay on hole number 1.
Well, the greens are running at 9.1 on the stimp meter and a bit faster than we had it yesterday, which is
Rihan now after that exemplary shot. Seems like he has a great future ahead of him. And, and that reminds me of the saying by John Daly. He says, "I got a great future behind me." So,
yeah, he's,
quite the character. So Rian definitely has a bright future ahead of him. There's no doubt about that. The pedigree that he comes from, and the kind of performances that he's already has under his belt.
yeah, it's pretty straightforward part. A bit from the right, up the hill. Let's see if you can get the line. Yeah, he just didn't give it enough borrow from the right. The grain is really strong on number 1 from right to left.
Yes, you've seen quite a few putts from inside.
Sachin's got a really good read on it.
Yeah, we've seen a few putts from
read.
the strange being missed early in the morning.
You have Harinder Gupta 3 under in his first 6 holes. So he's moved up to 8 under. He shot a brilliant 65 yesterday after a pair of 73s. So he's charging because he was 13 shots behind Akshay starting yesterday, and he's now just 3 behind.
Yeah, good putt. Yeah, he's birdied. He's made 13. He's made 13 birdies in his last 21 holes.
Wow,
it's almost a birdie every second hole.
Yeah,
he's gaining ground.
Yeah, if you think of it, yesterday at this time he was probably what he was 13 shots. 12 shots behind. This man on your screen, our leader, Akshay Sharma. Sachin Basoya, he will join him at that score. Sachin just birdied number 1 to move to 11 under. Rehan narrowly missing his birdie. He would have made it a 3-way tie, but Now we have the lead shared by Akshay Sharma and Sachin Basoya. A shot behind is Rehan Thomas. On your screen is Abhinav Lohan. This is the sixth hole with the seven sisters in it.
Yeah, which you want to try and evade. It's going to be an interesting bunker shot here. Not much green to work with, and also seems a little downhill from where he is. The wind is at his back, so not the easiest shots, I would say.
He's about par so far, and
Seems like that was plugged.
yeah,
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 unfortunate.
very.
Can't do much with that.
Yes, it's downwind also. It's
Yeah,
coming from out
very
so hot.
unfortunate.
It'll be good if you can hold the putting surface.
Yeah, but I think that did bound off. That really came out in a hurry.
Cullen,
Hopefully a better lie.
yeah, he's in the. This is number 2. He's pin's top left. It's a pretty long bunker shot. And it's very easy to do that.
It's very difficult bunker shot as well, with the pin being so far.
Yeah.
That as I say, the no man's land between 25 to 40 yards. It's
20,
a very
25.
very difficult bunker shot.
Yeah, it's a tough bunker shot. That's why Bryson made that up and down to win the U.S. Open. It was incredible.
Just got an update on Kshitij Navit call. He had a snowman on hole number 8, so definitely not the kind of start that he would have wanted.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. That boy has a lot of talent, but he's gonna come back. He's part number 2, so a few good holes, and then he'll forget that 8 very quickly.
But I think it's sad to say that that's pretty much put him out of contention as far as winning this tournament goes, because those are the margins we're talking about. The leaders at 11, and he was at 8, 3 shots behind. Now he finds himself 7 behind. So he'll really have to rally from that sort of mistake early on. That's a big one, to be honest. A quadruple bogey is I mean, he'll bounce back, that's for sure, but it's rather unfortunate as we have a look at Yashas. Going with the lower hand down, which is also in golfing parlance called cack-handed, and almost getting the ball in the hole.
A good try there, good speed. It's missing a putt like that so narrowly and hitting it at the correct speed gives you a lot of confidence in your putting.
Yeah. And for it to get snuggled up close enough that you can tap it in. You never want to be thinking about the next one again, because the closer you can hit your putts, the lower the amount of stress, because you can just tap
surprisingly, some of the good putting rounds I've had, I've always tried to actually.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like he's put a good speed on it. Just a little bit longer than comfort.
Yeah, that one again, one of those small testing parts left to right, but should be fairly straightforward from what we've seen. The line.
But Michelle is going to give him a really good read on it.
That sure does help.
Yeah, it always helps to, and somebody can just putt over your line. It makes life so much easier. And you can see he's just on the putting surface. He's using that wrist lock putting grip. Really good roll on that ball, and it's found the bottom of the hole. So good putt by Michel Ortolani from Italy. Yeah, looks like he's made it. It's a solid start by Michel. He's narrowly missing birdie on number one and then making birdie on number two. So Cullen getting a bit of line reading help from Michel's putt.
So you've seen that he is giving it the due respect. I think on this golf course, the players do understand that there are no real gimmies. You have to earn even your short putts. There's a little bit of
absolutely.
mystique in each one of these short putts. There is something happening, whether it's the grain or the line. But this one, I think, just straight down throat should do it.
Yeah, just pretty straight putt and uphill also. So you can, if he's doubting the line, you can just go firm with it.
Good putt.
These are always tests, and no matter how much you practice them, this length is always very. It's a testing length.
Over the years, the Professional Golf Tour of India has helped bring up a lot of good juniors, amateurs. Cullen is one of them, and the stock is pretty strong. We have fantastic set of players who've been able to nurture the games here and go on to bigger stages, win on international tours, and such as Cullen as well, winning on the Asian Tour. And there's so many, and if you roll the clock back to about 20 years ago, you didn't have the numbers. Now you have a proliferation of top Indian players who are competing on a variety of tours. I think they're not. There's no tour where an Indian is not playing. Probably barring
Yes,
the PGA Tour, I guess.
I guess that's the continuum of progress. You go from one tour to a more higher ranking tour, and then once you've earned your stripes there, then you move on.
This is definitely a birdie hole, just 110 yards. Just flighting. The flight is so important on this.
It's a very exposed part of the golf course, so getting the correct yardage is a little challenging.
Let's see if he's able to
going
do that.
after that one. Yeah, he just gave the.
I think
Over.
it's a little windy from left. So he would have been expecting that to move a little further right. So he's got the distance correct, but maybe he would have wanted to be a few feet closer.
Yeah, just expecting the wind to do a little more than it did.
Many things for the players to factor in. It's not straightforward. You can't just quite align at the flag and be trigger happy.
Absolutely.
Calibration is so important.
This is our 2022 Order of Merit winner, Manu Gandas, on the tee at number 4. So, it's actually a big advantage not to hit your tee shot first on a hole like this.
So Manu would have been able to learn a thing or two from that. And let's see if he's able to adjust his strategy accordingly. He's a good wedge player. We've already seen that.
And he knows how to. You've seen that he takes off the spin, and
he was a little more aggressive. He was more aggressive.
Close to that water hazard.
Yeah, quite aggressive on that one, and a legitimate birdie coming up for him, maybe all of 15 feet.
So now, one's 20 feet left, one's 15 feet right. Amar, just split them, and you'll be pretty close. Amardeep Malik, one of our fast starters today, he had birdied 1 and 2, then unfortunately made a bogey 6 on number 3, the par 5, the one which probably one of the easier holes on this golf course, scoring wise. Yeah. Really good lines in his posture. It's a familiar pause on top. Yeah, looks like he's missed it a bit right. Yeah, but it's on the dance floor. So all three with outside chances for birdie on number 4.
Yeah, the wind is definitely making it a little more difficult for the players to get dialed in to that yardage and line, which makes it a lot more interesting for our viewers back home who must be thinking, how do you play
Actually,
in
that
these windy
front
conditions?
right pin is actually probably an easier pin with this wind direction. You just hit it out to the center, let the wind do. If, with this wind direction, the front left would be more challenging. I would, if I would have.
So, for all of you who are joining us, we are about an hour into a live broadcast of the KGiSL Presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna, being played at the Coimbatore Golf Club. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 crore, and currently leading the tournament is the duo of Sachin Besoya and Akshay Sharma. Sachin is the player who's visible on your screen now. He's playing the second hole.
Yeah, he's just over the back.
He's got a little bit of work cut out to make his par here.
Yeah, and this is going to test his nerves. This is a very makeable up and down. The ones you expecting, the up and down make percentage is probably. He would give himself like 3 or 4 out of 10. He's pretty prolific with his short game.
And that's a testing putt coming up for him.
Yeah, Sachin birding number 1 to join Akshay at 11 under, and now next is our overnight leader Akshay Sharma, currently tied with Sachin Basoya at 11 under. He's before we see him, let's see how Manu deals with his 20-foot birdie putt coming up on number 4.
So should break a little to his left.
Yes, and he's not hit it enough.
Little short.
He's done that a few times this week. We saw him leave it short on number 6 yesterday, and he was really disappointed doing that after that brilliant shot he played in. It just
That
looks
hat is distinctive. It looks different.
It looks like nothing faces Manu. You don't know if he's made a birdie or a bogey after.
That's the kind. He's very similar in that attribute to Ajitesh Sandhu. I see him also very even keeled throughout the round. I see him carry himself really well on the golf course, irrespective of the outcome.
Saptak with his birdie putt on number 4. I got a good idea of the pace of the green, but also
The players
just burning the edge there.
So what you saw there when he was pointing to a certain specific spot on the green, he was being considerate toward the other player and asking him about confirming his intended line of play. So you do that in order to avoid stepping on the other player's line, even inadvertently. Even though now with the rule change, you can repair spike marks and other indentations, but it's the etiquette that you don't want to, impede on any other person's line of play, especially when he's placed on the
because
green.
with 70, 80, 90 whatever weight that everybody's players weigh, that when you step, the grass goes down. It takes a few minutes before it comes up.
Yes.
And that can actually deviate the ball.
So it's not just the mark; it's also you sort of cause a slight depression,
Inundation on the green, and then it takes an X amount of time to come up. By the time the person has already hit their putt.
Amardeep now.
Amardeep,
He would have seen 2 putts now.
yeah,
I
he
think.
has a good idea of what this putt is going to do.
Look for this to go in the hole.
Yeah,
Just about
crazily
burning the
over. He's
edge.
he's burnt the edges quite a few times in the past 2 days. With Bermuda grass, you have to give every putt its due diligence because of the grain factor. It's not a straightforward read. So you'll see that how the players, even on the smaller putts, are going to be meticulous and not hurry it because the grain can actually, if you don't pay attention and you haven't read it correctly, it can actually lip out very quickly. Rehan on number 2. Very strongly built, just grazing the edge of the hole. That's he
You
had
might want to take a minute with this one.
yeah. He had a similar
Yeah, I think he's
burning
considering.
the edge
He's
occasion on the first hole.
Yeah, I thought at one point in time he was ready to sort of tap that in, but it's good that he's taken a breather.
Looks calm and composed. He's
This one should be straight, firm. Does well. Confident player. And that's a sign of a player who's confident on the green who can do that. I, for one, could never get myself to do that after a firm putt. You want to make sure about the line coming back. But that was good first effort, though, by Rihan.
really good putting technique there.
Also, the very free-flowing, stroke which
Very-
accelerates.
Yeah, it's just the way he set up. It was looked like he was very comfortable, and it looked great also. So I always feel it should first look good, and then you'll start feeling good.
Beautiful water body invites you to feel like going for a swim in there. Obviously, not while playing a round of golf. Yeah, the swing vision shows you on hole number 1 what is the flight that is being employed by these players, and everybody has a different style. Here you see Yash is opting for a draw, a tight draw with compression on it. That's another draw by Michelle Orlani. This was hole number 2.
Yeah, it's a nice driving hole. It's hit through a funnel, and then the hole bends a bit to the right.
I'll tell you, the fairways, they might on paper look pretty innocuous, but the thing here is that any weak hit, the condition really exacerbates very quickly because the wind can just take the ball into the direction in which you mishit it. So if you have a weak hit or a miss hit, it goes out of bounds in the blink of an eye.
Sure, yeah. I'm just looking at this water hazard that they've. Was it there last year?
If memory serves me right, this looks like a new addition to me.
Because
I'm not certain because I remember not seeing such a massive water body at that point in time.
Yeah, probably maybe one of the reasons to see such lush vegetation.
Yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, you need water to grow plants. And last year I don't remember seeing this. So that's that's development. It's in the right direction, and you can see the difference to the golf course it's made. You can see that's our updated leaderboard.
A lot of traffic there in the back as well. So
Shaurya Bhattacharya on tee.
Golfers really have to be zoned out and be oblivious to the chaos that is around them or the sound or disturbance. They have to focus on just their golf shot.
Yeah, it's pretty noisy behind them.
This is seems to be on a good line, moving a little left to right. Let's see where it ends up.
Yeah, He was tracking all the way.
It would have looked really good in the air. But unfortunately for him, even if he were to make this hole in one, no prizes here. The hole in one is on hole number 16. So you want to save your best shot for that hole.
Really good view of how the putter is traveling through the hitting zone on a putt. Raj trying to judge the speed of the wind on number 4. It's a very exposed part of the golf course. It's the wind has more say in this tee shot than it would have had in the previous holes they've played. Raj with a par start, he's still where he started at 8 under. Looks like he's pulled it a bit left. Sure, yeah. It's a little long also. Maybe sometimes when you pull it, it goes a bit further.
Yeah, a ball starting left always goes a little further. Back to hole number 4.
Yeah. Kshitij now with call on the tee. Kshitij getting out with a really disappointing 8 on number 1, but he's parred his next 2 holes, so he's finding his feet. He just needs to steady the ship for a few holes, and things change quite rapidly in golf if you keep your head.
This one looks good as well. Maybe a little to the left of the flag. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, it's very, very makeable. But we saw Saptak a few minutes ago grazing the edge of the hole and almost making birdie here. Well, then Mane, after his fast start, has just bogeyed number 6, the short par 4, which he actually drove on yesterday. Harinder Gupta are 300 through his first 6 holes, and so is Milind Soni, both 8 under for the tournament. Veer Rawat birding number 3 has moved to 7 under. Karandeep Kochar 2 under, finds himself at 6 under for the tournament. On your screen is the threesome of Shaurya Bhattacharya, Pukhraj Singh Gill, and Kshitij with call, playing the short par 3, 4th hole. We are bringing you live coverage of the KGiSL.
With the advent of live coverage, which has been now in the 3rd year running, I think that there's been a massive uptake in viewership and also the interest in professional golf in general. And I think it's a good thing for sport on the whole. And the fact that golf is an Olympic sport, we saw in the recently concluded Olympics. This time, unfortunately, our contingent could not draw in a medal. But you see them inching closer. They're getting better. They're playing internationally. You see the likes, especially the likes of Diksha Dagar, Aditi Ashoka, and Anirban. Unfortunately, not in the Olympics. Gaganjeet Bhullar, Shubhankar. They're very dominant players on the international scene. As we have a look at Pukhraj here, navigating this short chip shot.
Yeah, he's totally misjudged the wind on this hole. Yeah, looks like he's happy with his effort.
Brisk player. That's one thing I've noticed seems to be the common thread among long hitters is that they don't really mull around too much. They're very quick. Is that a particular theme? And on the other end of the spectrum, players who are not bestowed with the gift of distance, they tend to be a lot more deliberate.
I think they have to use strategy more. I think with them the strategy is that I can reach from anywhere. So I guess I'm not. I
It's
don't haven't
something that
thought.
I've always, and it's almost quantifiable over the 3 years that I've been able to see players, especially from the vantage point of the commentary booth. I see that that is a perceptible difference in players who, the speed. There's a certain correlation between the length of the tee and the time taken executing shots.
They left with shorter shots, and so there's lesser, I guess, lesser calculations to make. But Tiger used to take a fair amount of time when he was dominating the sport.
Yeah, that is true. I believe that he was also used to get quite a lot of fines
Yeah,
for pace of play.
Shaurya Bhattacharya with his birdie putt on number 4.
Unfortunately, not the outcome that he would have intended after that stellar shot. But such is the game of golf.
Yeah, I just misreading it there. This is beautiful drone view of the Coimbatore Golf Club. This is the par 3 fourth hole. You can see there's a water hazard on the right of the green.
You can also see that if you miss your target by a considerable amount, there's uh, very high rough that you'd have to contend with.
It's not a hole that would please the average club golfer, but for these players, that water hazard probably not in play. Chijit Navit call with his birdie putt on number 4.
Also, not too happy with that effort.
Yeah, maybe just hit a tad too hard. Yeah, his fashionable caddy Vicky
Yeah,
in the
Vicky is,
background.
we've been at the same golf course, Army golf course, or rather Army Environmental Park in Dholakwa. And, I've seen him almost 2 decades as a little boy. He used to be there. And he's been on the bag of some of the best players, in fact, as Vicky, and then learned and grown with the game as you have a look at Pukhraj with his par attempt.
Just peeked a bit out there.
Yeah, he missed the previous one on the left hand side, and this as well on the lower side. So two putts missed on the lower side, unfortunately for Pukhraj. Not happy, and that ball goes in the drink.
Yeah. The first one we saw him miss left was just a misread. This one he actually was peeking at it, and Michel Ortolani has taken the rein in his hands. He's birdied number 2 and eagle number 3. He sits at 12 under now, one shot ahead of Sachin Basoya.
It's the man from Italy is turning the heat on. It's going to be an interesting back nine.
And see, Kshitij very, very diligent. Amardeep Malik on number 5, the par 4. That's another one he's holed today. He's holed 3 long putts already.
Yeah, and the one that he missed on that par 3 that looked in all the way. So he's really rolling the rock well, as they say.
Yeah, he's just that unfortunate bogey on the par 5 where everybody else is birding. That's what's just held him back. But it's early days still. Playing alongside Manu Gandas and Saptak Talwar. Manu with his putt on number 5. So Akshay has bogeyed number 2 and fallen back to 10 under. He's now finds himself 2 shots behind our tournament leader Michel Ortolani from Italy. Manu Gandas with his fairly makeable putt for birdie on number 5. And he's seen one go in already, so that's always positive to see a putt go in, and you think, okay, I can also make it. And let's see if he can marry the line and speed. And looks like he's hit a shot.
It looks good. That
again.
looks good, but just
He's left a
about.
lot of his putt shot in, which you haven't seen in former times.
But that seems to be the common theme here. You're not seeing players really run them by as much as they're leaving them short on these greens.
And it's very similar to a reaction to what he made on number 6 yesterday when he left that very makeable birdie putt shot, as he did on number 5 today. And the hole previous to that as well, on number 4, he left it short again. Oh, Saptak. Got a really good read on this from Manu's putt. And see that he hits his putt right from the center of the putter. That way mark is right in the center of the putter. That's not the design. That's happened from him practicing for hours. And just up and out of that one. Yeah, he had to remove his caddy from behind, because if he was still there and he had putted out, it would be actually, he would incur a penalty, because your caddy is not allowed to stand directly behind you.
Yeah, and now you can't even use your golf club for alignment either. In previously, you could keep the club down and align, and then remove the club.
Yep.
You can't do that anymore.
No, because the governing bodies for rules in golf, the RNA and USGA, believe that alignment is a basic of golf, and you should be able to do it.
I think that's fair, rightly said, and that was a good one by Amandeep Malik, a replay of that.
But alignment is such a important thing in golf, and it's very for underrated thing as far as club golfers are concerned. They don't pay much heed to their alignment, and I am on this shot aiming exactly there. Pro golfers are pretty sure, but not 100%. And if this is something I was reading about Scotty Scheffler, who's our number 1 golfer. He's very fastidious about these things. He knows exactly where he's aiming, his ball position, his grip. These are things that he's spent hours and hours practicing.
I feel it's such a difficult thing to find, like especially if you're mishitting it in a certain direction. It's a very difficult exculpatory exercise to find that which element is causing the ball to go offline. Is it your shoulders? Is it your feet? Is it the eye line? Is it your grip? So there's so many elements involved. Sometimes you feel you're aligned a certain way, but maybe you're not.
I'll tell you something, that the ball position is going to dictate your shoulder alignment. Your feet can be aligned correctly in your club should, but if your ball position is wrong, your shoulders are not aligned correctly, and you're going to swing on your club is going to travel on the shoulder line. So knowing in the ball position is part of your alignment, actually. This is our current tournament leader, Michel Ortolani, with his birdie putt on number 4. and he's 3 under in his
Yeah,
first
and he's
3
4 under now.
holes.
So
Now he's
he's
4 under after 4, and he's it's sitting at 13 under now.
he's putting down a marker. He's
Yeah.
letting the players know that yes, I'm here and I mean business.
And so he's using that arm lock, wrist lock putting style, and for that, it really stabilizes the club face.
But looks quite difficult to execute. It's must have taken a
You
lot
know,
of
the putter
practice
is
from
actually
his
the
end.
putter is actually almost a kg in weight. It's about 800 grams in weight, and the putters are actually made with more loft because of that locking technique. You de-loft the putter, so a lot of adjustments have
Yes,
been
it's
made to for somebody to use that kind of a technique to putt.
yeah, a lot more conventional in his putting style. I mean, not more traditional, I would say.
Yeah,
This was the traditional grip that has always been used.
yeah, very textbook.
Yeah, very textbook. Let's see if he's able to make this as well.
It's just a
Oh,
bit
just
quick with
about.
it. So there was the rhythm he rehearsed was not exactly what he executed. Cullen, yeah, that was a really makeable birdie putt. And the third member of this was Yashas Chandra MS, and he's got off to a slow start.
You do a lot of work in biomechanics and so on and so forth, and I've just been reading a little bit on this, and I see that the amount of fast twitch muscle fibers that you also have determine the kind of ball striker or the player that you'll become. So you see, if you most of the long hitters, they're bestowed with a lot more of that.
No, but you can train that. It's reaction, how fast you change in direction, speed, basically. There are a lot of ways of training that.
So let's see, have a look at this part. Then we can discuss ways in which you can actually gain distance off the tee. And that, believe you me, I know that's every golfer's dream, whether you're a novice, an intermediary, and putting like a professional, which he surely is. And one of the best is Yashash Chandra holding that birdie putt. So maybe you can elucidate us and elucidate some of the ways in which how a player can
So
gain
your
some
fast
yardage on the
twitch
tee.
muscles in your body are probably in your arms and your wrists predominantly, and that constitutes to the speed part of power, the arm and wrist speed, and probably one of the best things to enhance that. It was there's this small device that was actually made to make golf more entertaining for young kids. It's called a snag snapper, and it makes you create faster twitch movements through impact, and it's very actually quite a lot of fun to do as well. Another thing you can do is play racket sport, especially badminton or table tennis. It makes you move that
I
arms
have a
and wrists
question
very
for you. Does
fast.
the snapper work on ex-journeymen professionals who retired but
Yeah,
still
yeah,
want to increase their speed
it does actually.
and mostly
It's
commentate now instead of playing?
Yeah, if I can tell you when I've tried it, I've got one. I just got one for myself, and I've actually had one for a very long time. Never used it, and then I one day asked myself, why am I not doing this? Because I'm getting slower with age. But it does actually. You can see it almost immediately.
So there is a
And also
line.
another thing you can do to speed up your golf swing is practice with like a junior or a lady club where you really swing fast with. You can really swing fast with those clubs. So speed comes by decreasing the time frame that you hit a ball in. So maybe line 5 balls up and try to make the last one fly before the first one lands.
Oh, okay.
And start with 3, or then if you can do it, then go to 4. Then if you can do it, go to 5. Then you're now moving really fast. So it's how if you reduce the time frame to do an activity, you will do it fast. Okay. So, and secondly is by decreasing the weight of the implement, which is the golf club.
It's a rather unique perspective. I think we can try that. So line up 5 balls and try to hit the other one before the first one lands, but
No,
make
no.
sure that
Try to get the fifth one in the air before the first one lands.
the fifth one
The
in
fifth,
the
yeah, the fifth one in
the
the
fifth
air.
one in the
Yeah,
air
so your
before the
arms, yeah, you're going really fast. It's like almost like Edward
I was
Scissorhands.
sans the sharp implements, but I was actually under the impression you said the fourth one before the fifth one. You're telling me
No,
that
I'm telling
you have to hit four balls.
Four balls should be in the air at the same time.
You
While
need,
yeah,
you need some juggling skills for that.
you can actually do it. It's just a matter of practice.
Interesting, and that helps in
Yeah,
developing
it's
fast
developing, and
twitch muscle fiber.
this is good tip for the younger golfers. It's going to be fun also. We call it machine gun shots. You just walk and hit. You don't worry about where the ball is going. You want to get the fourth one in the air before the first one lands, and then you get the fifth one. Then you can actually move to the sixth one also. And you're moving so fast, and your brain is working at a faster rate, and that is what gets you
Someone
faster.
who uses the brain a lot, Ishit now it's called. He's the scientist when it comes to golf. Really does put a lot of thought into his game. Has really a student of everything that revolves around equipment, lie angles, so on and so forth. So particular about the way things are, and
Yeah, he's got a lot of shaft lean on that chip. You know that he wants to hit that low running chip. That's a really good setup for that particular kind of chip.
has done pretty well.
Yeah.
On a shot like that, are you still utilizing the bounce, or you are not really
No,
concerned?
actually, when you have so much of shaft lean, the bounce gets out of play. It's but you don't need it. It's you're trying to hit it,
running shot,
along the
yeah.
ground, almost treating it as a putt. Shaurya Bhattacharya with his birdie putt on number 5. Just coming up a bit short there. Just had that small hump to contend with in the first half of the putt. The third member of this group, Pukraj Singh Gill. Yeah, coming back to speed. So yes, you can do another thing just as a test to understand how this thing works. Throw a ball right-handed, Shaurya, just like you would throw a stone. Overhead throw. Measure how far you've thrown it. Then start throwing a few balls with your left hand in the same technique till you start getting the coordination with the left hand. I'm telling you, it's not going to be easy, but after a certain time, you get the coordination. And then right after this activity, throw one right-handed again.
Okay.
I can tell you what the result's going to be. And you'll throw the ball further.
That's very.
Because both sides of
These are real gems for our viewers who are tuned in as we have a look at Shaurya putting this. These are real gems. Note them down, and if you are actually looking to improve your game, your physicality, or the way you hit it, I really do suggest that you try some of these out. I, for one, will definitely be trying this. Anything to get an extra yard on the golf course, as this one should break a little to his left. And again, leaving it short. We've seen a lot of putts being left in the jaws, so as to speak.
Yeah, I'm surprised because the green speed is actually faster today than it was yesterday.
Maybe the green is a factor.
Yeah, maybe sometimes you get so caught up in the line that you forget to hit.
But can't be the entire field. We're seeing a lot of players leave it short, so has to be something with the grain which is a little more pronounced. So with the grain, the ball is going faster, but maybe against the grain, it's really
that putt was definitely against the grain. So yeah, this is a really makeable birdie putt on number 5 for Pukraj Singh Gill, and
he should make this one. We've seen a few not go his way thus far, so he'd be wanting to ensure that he gets this ball in the
After you have a
in the
few
cup
narrow
by
misses, you start second guessing
yeah.
your
So
line.
you see
Maybe
that
Pukraj just needs to see one go in to get back the
Yeah.
confidence in his line reading, because he's stroking it well. I like the way he sets up. Doesn't mince any time. He just goes ahead and does it. Use that small forward press and
Oh,
stroke.
that's a good one.
So that's going to change a lot of things as far as when his putting is concerned
And
today.
he's happy. That fist bump means a lot. He's rarely is it too emotive, but it means something to him because he missed two putts, and that frustration kind of builds up that you missed two makeable putts, and making that is really would have relieved him. The theme of the day seems to be black trousers, amenable to the kind of lovely weather we have here. Probably not the color when you have scorching heat.
Yeah, it's perfect weather in Coimbatore. It's so humid these days in Delhi. When the sun comes out with all this rain, I just feel like I just want to get to. I'm watching these golfers with the weather and beautiful golf course. You just want to be in Coimbatore playing golf right now.
Yeah, you just want to play golf, and those are they've really surrounded the flag.
Yeah, this is our
That's what you call an
leader
envelopment
group.
attack.
Rehan, Sachin, and Akshay playing number 4, the short par 3.
Now the wind is picking up. The back nine is going to get spicy. But our leader in the clubhouse has opened a little bit of a chasm, a two-shot lead over Sachin Besoya. Michelle Ortolani leads this tournament by 2 shots, and the tournament that we are referring to is the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna.
Yashas from the rough on the right of the 5th. Let's see if we can get Paul to hold the putting surface from that rough. That's a really good effort from there. It's downwind. It's coming from the rough. He's not going to get much of a spin, and he's managed to hold the putting surface. Now Cullen from the other side of the fairway. A little more accessible pin position for him. The pin being in the front right.
A word about this tournament for those of you who are just joining us. KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna, returns for the second edition. And top players are in the fray. Veer Lawat, Manu Gandas, Karandeep Kochar, Chika Rangappa, Aman Raj, Shaurya Binu, and defending champion Harshjeet Singh Sethi in the field this week. This is the second edition of the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open, powered by Prima Donna. As we have a look at that shot, coming up a little short of the green.
Michel Ortolani reminds me a lot of Alexander Noren. He has that, Alexander Noren has the
Not the pre-shot routine though.
Yeah, the way he has
that same squat.
And he's doing the same. And then the golf swing is brilliant, by the way. He's got really good lines. But the whole pre-shot routine and the way he squats, drops it in, then moves left, very Alexander Noren-like.
Yeah, information technology company KGiSL is the presenting partner for the event, while Prima Donna, a product offered by premium personal care and hygiene brand Prima World, is the powered by partner for this event.
And beautiful Nilgiri Hills in the background. And, it's just a 2-hour drive to Kunur, which is a beautiful town in the Nilgiris. I spent quite a bit of time there when my father was posted there. And this is Rehan Thomas. He's someone he's coming along steadily. He hasn't made no blemishes for Rehan yet, though he should have birdied the previous par 5. And again, he's narrowly missing a lot of putt shot and nothing is going in for him.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day. I'm sure it'll turn around. And a word from Mr. R. Gopinath, President, Coimbatore Golf Club. He said that a good monsoon and prevailing strong seasonal winds have made this course condition challenging. And they've really done a lot of work to set it up for the professionals this week. And the course has also had a few layout changes to further enhance the testing nature. And I think it's true to form. This tournament always produces the best golf on display in India.
This is a pretty straight putt, 2.5, 3 feet for birdie, Sachin. This will take him to 12 under, which he has made comfortably. So Sachin moves a bit closer to our leader, Michelle Ortolani, after birding number 4, the short par 3. Let's our leader Amardeep Malik has found some. He's on a hot streak. He's made 4 birdies in his first 6 holes. That solitary bogey on the par 5 third hole was a bit unfortunate, but 4 birdies in the first 6 holes is if you're making birdies, I can tell you that the putter is hot.
Also, a word about the sponsors this week. KGiSL, committed to creating value. KGiSL is a BFSI centric multi product enterprise software company focused on insurance, capital markets, and wealth management segments. KGiSL, by its roots, believe in being empathetic to customers and offering products and services that deliver incremental business outcomes, harnessing the power of machine learning, artificial intelligence, analytics, data science, and cloud to empower our clients through our products and deliver empathy based outcomes backed by next generation customer experience. So, if you are a business or an individual who's looking to take their business to the next level, I think KGISL is where you should head next.
A really good chip there by our tournament leader Michelle on number 5. That was really good technique. These are testers in your round where they're very, they're up and downs you should be making, and when a player makes it so comfortably, that he's all his facets of his game are in on song. Yashas with his birdie putt on number 5. We saw earlier he was in the longer grass on the right of the fairway. He's hit it brilliantly and held the putting surface. Let's see if he can make another one. Brilliant putt there by Yashas. Another birdie by him, and he's now had 3 in a row and then moves to 11 under, a shot closer to our tournament leader, Michelle Ortolani, who he's playing alongside today. And Kalin Joshi must be feeling left out then, because both his playing companions have actually. Michelle is 4 under today, and Yashas is a couple of under as well. Cullen with his 4.5 feet up the hill for birdie. This is a relatively slow putt, so he needs to keep the speed up on this one. Yeah, just a tad from the left, and he's kept the speed up. Good putt there by Kalyan Joshi. Michelle Ortolani cleaning up for his par on number 4. You can see he uses that arm lock technique. Actually, for viewers, if you want to do that technique, you actually need a putter built for it, which has to have it has a different grip on it, and it also has more loft on the putter. Weighs quite a bit more as well. This is Harinder Gupta. This is the par 5 10th hole, the long 610-yard par 5, dog leg right to left, and the wind is left to right. So it plays a bit longer than its yardage. Looks like he's just missed it a bit right there. Playing alongside Arjun Sharma, who's in position A1. He's within 100 yards of the green. And this pin is fairly. It's not one of the tougher pin positions today. It's right in the center of the green. The lowest round presently on the course is by our leader Michel Ortolani and Angad Chima, both 4 under. And so is Samar Divedi. He's 4 under through his first 9 holes as well. A few good low scores on the course. Mostly, almost everybody under par. Kshitij Navitkol on the short par 4 6th hole. We saw Udayan Mane drive this hole yesterday. Udayan Mane 2 under today, 8 under for the tournament. Shaurya Bhattacharya with his chip on number 6, straight up the hill, coming up a bit short. I think these greens are really quite slow up into the green, so it's not the easiest thing to adjust quickly from a fast putt to a slow chip. Amardeep Malik 3 under through his first 6 holes. That's our overnight leader Akshay Sharma on number 5, and Rehan from position A1 on number 5 with his approach. Rehan all pass so far, so he's looking to get a move on. He's must be getting edgy by now, so has really got shot there by Rehan. 5-6 feet left for his birdie on number 5, and he's playing alongside Sachin, who is just a bit right behind the tree, which takes his this shot a bit interesting. And just you can see coming from the rough, did not get any purchase on the green, so he's rolled onto the back edge, giving himself about 40 feet left for his birdie. And it's downwind, so if you are coming from the right raft, and it's very difficult to get the ball to stop close on number 5. Kshitij Navitkol for his birdie on number 6, straight up, left to right. Just running out of steam there. And third member of this group is the big hitting Pokraj Singh Gill. Very, very makeable birdie putt. It's about 4-5 feet, a bit from the left. He's just got a good read on it from Kshitij's putt. You can see that he's decided to change his decision on the line after seeing Kshitij's putt miss on the lower side. Let's see if he's got the line correct, and he's just hit it a tad bit too hard. So, Pukraj, you can see the anguish on him, and he really wanted to make that putt. It was very makeable. Shaurya cleaning up for his par on number 6 and playing behind them on the fairway is Yashash Chandra, Kalin Joshi, and Michelle Ortolani, and Shaurya. It's pretty straight up the hill. Well done. You can see that the golfers are giving these short ones their due respect. In Bermuda grass, you really need to make sure of the line that you've taken before you hit the putt, because the grain has a big factor on how the ball's going to turn on the green. You can see there's a lot of wind from behind, so getting this one to hitting it the correct yardage would be paramount. Yashash to go first from the center of the fairway. You ideally want this ball to land somewhere between the front of the green and the flag.
Seems to be coming pretty high.
Yeah, it just looks like he's pulled it a bit.
Yeah, a little bit to the left, but had good contact on it. Was able to stop it on a dime. Even the fact that there was wind from the back, so good shot in terms
Probably
of control.
that's why he had laid back that much, because the fuller the shot, the more spin you get. Cullen coming over the tree. You can see those 7 palm trees. They're known as the 7 sisters
And
in the background.
should not be an issue for him to generate the kind of speed required to maybe even spin it back.
Yes.
Good contact, it seems.
Looks like he likes the way this is going.
Yeah, look at that golf shot. Fantastic shot by Cullen. He really has a wide repertoire of shots in his arsenal, and that he's able to unleash at any given time.
Yeah, and you know what? He's watched his playing partners make birdie after birdie, and he's feeling left out.
Yeah, I think he's going to join the party now.
And this is our tournament leader on your screen, coming from center of the fairway.
4 under for the day, and could well be 5 under here. Seems to have taken off on a good line.
Yeah, you can see he's held off the release.
That's a good
to get
shot.
more purchase on the wedge shot.
That's really good control, given the fact I would say that all 3 of them had very good distance control, given the fierce wind that is ongoing right now on this golf course. There's high winds and that players have to contend with. Affects it. And mind you, now that we were thinking about the hidden factor or the ingredient why the players are missing short putts, I think wind also does. If I remember correctly, I used to actually widen my stance a lot more so that to have a stable center, because the wind can make you miss those short putts with those gusts.
Yeah, Sachin, he's left himself a little bit of work on number 5 for par. We saw that his ball was almost over the back of the green, and this is a tester. He's just narrowly missed it there, so that's going to drop him back to 11 under. That gives our leader Michelle Ortolani a 2-shot buffer. He's 2 shots ahead of the chasing pack at 11 under, which is that of Sachin Basoya and Yashash Chandra MS. Amardeep Malik, a further shot back at 10 under, along with Rehan Thomas, who is exactly where he started the day at 10 under. Akshay Sharma, our overnight leader, 1 over for his first 4 holes. He's 10 under as well. What do you think the winning score is going to be? I'm going to ask you this question one last time.
I said 15 under, and then to be honest, 14 under, and I still feel that
So Rehan finally getting one to go in. So that takes him to red figures now. He's one under for today, 11 under for the tournament. Just one shot, sorry, two shots behind our leader, Michelle Ortolani.
I still feel that the number would be 14 or 15. I see the wind picking up.
Yeah, probably 14, 15, yeah.
Unless Michelle continues in the same vein, then it could be 20 under par.
You know, the the birdies dry out after number 15. Like we saw that very few birdie the last, very few under par for the last three holes. We saw a lot of putts being missed on number 17
And a few
yesterday.
tricky holes, especially with the wind coming up. In this weather or this season. Even when we played it, we I remember playing it in bone dry conditions.
Oh yeah, and it's scorching heat. At yes, last year's conditions were very different from what they are this year. You can see the scoring is a reflection of that. The golf course is you know you're not running out of fairway. Fairways are soft. The greens are fast and soft and true. So we have a three-way tie for second place right now at 11 under. Yashash Chandra MS, Sachin Basoya, and Ryan Thomas. And this is our tournament leader at 13 under, Michelle Ortolani from Italy. He's been putting really well today, so this looks like something he'll be able to make, and he did. And that takes him to 14 under, so he's 5 under through his first 6 holes. He's the lowest round on the course right now. So he's found something on the greens. You know, he's rolling it really well. You saw him make a really good birdie putt on number 2 from the back of the green. Then he's made a good one on number 3 for eagle. Then he made a good sizable putt on number 4 for birdie, and then now on number 6, which is, it had quite a lot of break on it. So he's found something in his putting, and it's he's
Amardeep Malik also
separating himself from the pack.
Yeah, Amardeep Malik also coming along really well. He seems to be in fine fettle today. He's 3 under par through 6 holes with 4 birdies and that solitary bogey, and finds himself at 10 under par. I think what's so important on a golf course like this, especially for the chasing pack, that they try and keep themselves at a similar score. Don't try and drop shots, because it's quite possible that the leaders can sort of make a few hit a few, have a few errant holes and so on and so forth. It's especially possible on this kind of a golf course. You don't want to get yourself out of the tournament.
And on your screen is M. Dharma. He won that last tournament of the first half of the season at the Classic Golf Resort in Manesar. His
Very good technique, and from this range, it does really uses the bounce.
yeah, he's
Look at that golf shot. Look at that. Oh.
You know, that just shows you how good his feel is. He almost read it
As
like
I
a
said,
putt.
he has a very aggressive short game. Again, very the way he with a lot of ease. You don't see that he's rushing through it, and very confident with those soft high shots around the green.
Yeah, and this is quite an elevated putting surface on number 10. Aman Raj having a good day today. He's 3 under through his first 9 holes. Angad 4 under. Really sound pitching technique there by M. Dharma from Bengaluru. Having for 25, 30 years of our life, it was called Bangalore, and then now the name is changed. Sometimes you forget it's changed.
Yeah, they say change is the only constant in life.
So our leader has moved to 14 under, the score that we think has a very good chance of winning. He's got another 12 holes to go, and looks like every hole is a birdie hole for him right now. Abhinav Lohan with his birdie putt on number 10. And this is our overnight leader, Akshay Sharma, on our screen. And he finds himself,
He's 1 over for the day, and he finds himself 4 behind.
now.
Yeah.
It's
But still early days. I know he has a lot of birdies left in the tank, and that can happen when you get off to a slow start and the rest of the field has gained on you. But obviously, he'll have to make
you have to
make a
make a
birdie.
few birdies, and he's
That's not really.
That's not the proximity to the hole that you make birdies from. And that is Rehan on our screen.
With an absolutely monstrous drive. We've not quite seen anyone there.
Yeah, but that's a tough pitch coming from that, over the bunker, downhill, down green. Sachin's shot is probably a bit easier.
Yeah, a lot easier. He has the perfect angle, a lot of green to work with. He can sort of work it both ways. Let's see what he opts. Just coming up a little short. That came out well. Maybe he needed a yard more and would have bounded on. Now, Rehan with that tricky shot from that rough. He'll have to really get under that ball.
His stature looks a little bit like Mari Muthu, right?
Yeah,
From Bangalore. He's
Mari
strong,
Muthu he's really strong. He's Mari Muthu, and
so is Rehan actually. He looks like he's a really strong ball striker.
Mari Muthu has probably the highest compression rate that I have seen with my own eyes. And him and this Mohammad Sayoom from Bangladesh.
Oh, Mohammad,
Oh,
he can hit a ball one-handed quite far, I can tell you that.
Yeah, really strong hit on the golf ball. Not just about distance, it's also the compression that they put on it. I don't think Rian is quite as long or similar, but very similar.
Yeah.
Marimuthu has some. He can carry that ball really long. Had to get under that.
Just might have got it a bit high on the club face.
That's all right. That worked out really well.
Yeah, he all in all, we shouldn't be disappointed with that. Sometimes when you catch it a little high on the club face coming out from the rough, and the ball actually tends to travel a few yards shorter because it's not come out from the center of the club face. And it worked out well for him. Akshay giving himself a lot of work for birdie. From what I've seen so far, Rehan, he just needs to make another one to, start feeling that, when you start making putts, you have that inner belief grows and that you can make more. And he's just made one on the fifth after a long time, and he's grazed the edge quite a few times coming.
Yeah, the rest
today.
of the field really has to dig down and find some inspiration because Michel Olderani definitely seems to be running away with it. He is speeding like a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Need to catch him.
Akshay with his birdie putt on number 6. You can see how far left he's aiming with that putt. This one moves a lot from left to right, and he's left it woefully short. He's leaving himself a lot of work for par. Shaurya, that's something which
Yeah, it's not the
it's
most
not going to
ideal
help
thing, and
him because
especially
you
can
don't
see,
want it to get too far behind.
see now the
Michelle.
wind is really picking up, and putting becomes quite difficult, as we've already seen that the players from inside 6 to 7 feet are not consistently holding these putts, and the wind is going to add to that difficulty a lot. You can see it's not just a slight gust; this is very considerable amount of wind that is picked up, and you have to adjust for it in your line, especially when you're putting into the wind.
Sachin just coming up a bit short. We've seen a lot of putts coming up short today. I'm not sure what the reason for that is, but Rehan, let's see if he can get another one in quick succession. He's just birdied number 5. About 8-10 feet for his birdie on number 6. Probably 10 feet. Pretty straight putt, Shaurya. Slopes right to left, greens left to right.
Yeah, this and given how he is really stroking it well, it's
He's a hit. All the putts he's hit, he's actually hit good putts.
yeah. So he's hitting good putts. He just needs a good break, and I think should be able to make this one because the wind is from the back, so that's helpful. It's not going to impede upon the line of the putt, so to speak, and will actually aid in order to get the ball to the hole. So I feel that he's going to hold this one.
Yeah, he's stroking it well. So
Oh,
just
they did put a good
misread-
stroke again.
Yeah, he's misread it. He's put all his strokes have been pretty good.
Now this putt for Akshay though is I would say it's a very difficult putt. Crosswind, putting into the crosswind right now, with the wind picking up. We'll really need to put a good stroke on this
Yeah,
one.
and this one is going to move a lot from left to right.
Yeah, left to right slope and the wind the other way. So it's not the easiest putt. You can't really keep it outside the cup. We'll have to keep it inside and hit it with conviction.
Yeah, he's going to take a little bit of break out of it and hit it firm. Which
He's done that. He's
yeah.
done exactly that. So kudos to him for hanging in there. That was a very important putt.
I think that's a very important part for him. He had
Yeah.
a very similar situation yesterday on number 19 where he hold that putt for
Yeah.
par, and that kind of
Give him
powered
the
him.
momentum. Yeah.
Powered him through the back nine. He shot 3 under on the back nine and took possession of the lead. Sachin cleaning up on number 6. A hole he was probably looking to birdie. It's a relatively short par 4. Now comes a stretch of 2 tough holes, 7 and 8. 8 being a long par 4, 470 odd yards into the wind, and number 7 is a medium to long par 3 and plays into the wind from right to left. And this is our hole number 16.
Yeah,
We
seventh
have
is playing to about 180 yards, and given the wind, the way that it's blowing right now, that's not the easiest task. Maybe the club, depending on the direction, I
it's
feel
probably a
it's
6 iron
going
for
to play.
most.
It's going to be playing right to left.
Into them a bit,
Into
maybe
the-
from about 2:30 or
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
So it'll be playing to about a yardage of 190, and a right to left. I think on this green, a left leave is better. So it's going to be a little tricky for the players.
You can see Michelle just over the back, electing to putt. He's putting well, so Should always go with something you're supremely confident with.
But that's a good shot of the tee.
Yeah, just maybe half a club too much. He's hold one from the back of the green on number 2, and this is a really good
I think
putt.
he's really dialed in as far
Yeah,
as
he's
speed.
rolling the putt. His speed control is good. He's leading the lines well. He's stroking the ball really well. So he's the man to catch presently. Yashas playing alongside Michelle. Easy birdie putt coming up there. A bit from right to left, not too much in it. Slopes a bit left to right, the green's right to left. So let's see if we can get this read correct and match the speed to it. Making
good
another
putt.
one. Yes, 4 birdies in the last 5 holes, Shaurya, for Yashas Chandra MS after bogeying number 1. So that takes him to 3 under for today and 12 under for the tournament. 2 shots behind the man on the screen, Michel Ortolani from Italy.
Really hot start on this golf course.
Former Indian Open champion Sinu Muniappa with his approach into number 10, the par 5. Brilliant shot by Muniappa there, setting up a birdie. Short birdie putt.
So some fancy trousers there.
Yeah, and nice print on his shirt, Muniappa. The elephant.
Yeah, looking fancy here on the final day. Pulling out all the stops here as far as fashion is concerned. So you've seen it all. You've seen some exemplary golf. You've seen some tasteful clothing. Some fairly benign weather. And all in all, benevolent playing conditions where the players are making a lot of birdies. We've not quite seen the golf course bite back, so to speak. Now, Shamim Khan with that loose, languid, smooth bunker technique that you really do well to emulate. He adds a dimension of predictability in probably the most unpredictable shot in golf, the bunker shot.
Really soft hands. I've rarely seen him hit a bad bunker shot. I can't
And I think
remember.
if somebody wants to improve their bunker play, just look at the way that his tempo, no matter how far you hit it, if you can have that consistent, smooth tempo, which accelerates and also uses the bounce, I think you'll always hit good bunker shots. Although it's easier said than done. I'm sure that he's.
I've played golf with him. He hits a bunker shot like he's chipping. It's like he's almost looking to hole it. He hits his chips like he's putting. He's looking to hold it. It's always, he has this amazing feel.
Yeah, I think some of the things, obviously, we can always work on and improve, but I think there's certain abilities that are innate that you can't quite explain.
There's always things that you get more of and less of in
Yeah.
as a human being. So feel is something for golf, for the short game is something
I mean, you can, of
Shamim
course,
has in
improve.
abundance.
Yeah. You can, of course, improve what you have, but there are bounds to everything, I feel, whether it's distance or. And there are no bounds here
Yeah, and that
for
will
the big man.
yeah that takes Udayan to 4 under for today and 10 under for the tournament.
At the end, five birdies already for the day and 10 under for the tournament. So, it's taking claim. Putter's also working well for the gentle giant, strong man. Udin Mane hits the ball very well. Has great touch as well. You know,
He's got a very well-rounded game for playing high level tournament golf.
and I must say demeanor as well. Thorough gentleman,
Now,
Udin Mane.
I'm actually looking. You've seen him hit a bit of form now. We had lost it in the middle, so I'm looking forward to seeing him getting better results on the
Yeah, that's something that I've seen that
Asian Tour.
he tends to blow hot and cold.
No, there was a time for a year or so he was playing really good, and then he just went off the boil a bit, and then he's back now.
Yeah.
Even his last three events have been really good, and
Oh,
Shamim.
is some concern, or why was he looking up at the heavens? I'm not quite sure. Did that sneak in from the left hand side? Or is it starting to drizzle a bit? Not quite sure. It's all happening here in Coimbatore.
I think there was a sigh of relief. He's had a few bogeys on a stretch, and he didn't want to make another one. Shamim 3 over today and 3 under for the tournament. Akshay Sharma from the front of the green on number 7, the par 3.
From the golfers who are out on the golf course, you have Pranav Mardikar, who's 3 under par through 9 holes. Then you have Harshjeet Singh Sethi with an eagle on the card as well on hole number 15. So I'm pretty certain he would have driven the green. He has a penchant for hitting those long drives on par 4s, which he plays as par 3s. Long hitting, swashbuckling Harshjeet Singh Sethi with an eagle there. And you have Adil Bedi hoping to relive the heroics of day number 2, where he shattered the course record by not one but 2 shots. And what a way to make the cut. A 7 over, then a 9 under par. So fantastic showing. And today he's in the red numbers again. He's 2 under for the day, and he's got the entire front 9, which is this week playing as the easier 9. So look for him to go deeper.
Surprising to see Veer Alawat's scorecard today. He started off well, then he's had a 7 and a 6 in it, and the 6 came on the par 4 8th hole, which is a tough hole. But
you see, there are a lot of blue numbers on 8 today, a lot of bogeys and double
so
bogeys.
he's had a double and a triple today, so that's very surprising. I thought he's going to go deep today. Veer
Weird the kind of golfer he is. He can still shoot 3 or 4 under on the back 9 and still come in with a red number. But such is the game of golf sometimes. You small things don't go your way, then that can be the difference between a good round and an average round, so as to speak.
Chikarangappa also surprisingly not in red numbers today. I'm talking about these players. They're phenomenal players. Sachin Bisoya on number 7. Narrowly missing out there. Must have looked really good to him. Should have turned a bit more. Got dropped. You can see, have another look at that putt, which narrowly missed on number 7 for Sachin Bisoya, who's 11 under for the tournament presently. 3 shots behind our leader, Michel Ortolani. Let's see if Rehan can make a putt again. He's stroking the ball really well and probably deserves one right now. And he's got that one in again. So Rehan is going to move himself out of that chasing pack and into second place by himself at 12 under. I like how compact his arms are with his to his bodies.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like, looks like it's
also looks like a very seasoned player. You see, he's
Yeah.
not perturbed too much by anything, and very consistent in his ball flight pattern. So that's a sign of somebody who's almost like a weathered professional. You know, he's seen it all, and obviously he has so much international exposure. Has been such a good amateur, and then playing internationally on different continents. He's
Yeah, and he went to Oklahoma State, and that university has a rich heritage of producing world beaters like Victor Hovland.
Angachima having a fantastic run today. 5 under par through 12 holes. Seems like quite a few golfers getting really hot today. Aman Raj, 5 under par, lighting up the golf course. A look at hole number 7, the par 3. And you also have Samar Trivedi, 4 under par. And here's a look at that swing vision. It's very good swing indeed, a very powerful swing. Very stable as well. Have
Akshay Sharma.
likes to play the ball from left to right. To see him teeing up mostly on the right hand side of the tee. Very consistent.
Just very powerful leg drive there. And that's his power source. You can see how his legs really fired through the shot. Sabtak Talwar. Nice wide
Nice
full
wide
turn.
full turn. And look at that.
You can see the right knee really kicking into it.
I played a round of golf with him. He's rather unique. He has a good strong hit on the golf ball and he's a very good driver in terms of consistency. Carries it I think about between 290 and 300 each and every time, and doesn't quite miss it on either side too much. I was rather impressed. I played with him at the Wishtown, that semi kind of tournament, and very impressive indeed.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो तुम कहाँ पे हो शेर
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 झूम
A bit. On your screen, our updated leaderboard. Michelle Ortolani, 5 under today, 14 under for the tournament. Beautiful aerial view of Coimbatore Golf Club. Akshay Sharma with his tee shot on number 2. Really strong swing of Rehan Thomas, Sachin. Good lines, very neutral ball flight. This is the left-hander. Jairaj Singh Sandhu.
I think I last played a professional tournament here at, I don't know, maybe a decade and a half ago, and it looks like a different golf course altogether. I think the trees as well have grown. So obviously, the color is a change, but even otherwise, it's very different. I think that time there would have been a paucity of water and certain. The real estate has really blossomed around here, and that's good to see the development. The road itself, adjacent to the first tee, the first hole rather, which runs alongside this one that we're talking about. That looks so nice now. It used to be. Oh, it's a good putt right there. Highlights from earlier in the day. It used to be a rickety little road, and now it's very nice and cemented.
It's looks so clean, and they've defined lines. It used to be a dirt track earlier when I first went there, and yes, Kshitij, now recall this was for 7, and we had 8 on first.
Yeah, painful start. That can happen. Yeah, Amardeep Malik.
Yeah, this was a very well read putt. Really good on pace as well. On number 2,
he's been one of the most consistent performers on the professional golf tour of India. Yesterday we were having a look at the career money stats, and Amardeep is right up there. He's played. This is his 263rd event.
Wow.
So
he's a veteran.
He's a veteran, and the good thing, he doesn't look it. That's he doesn't look it. He's still got that spring in his step.
Got that same energy that he had when he first started.
Yeah, and he's maintained himself well. There's a lot of work in the gym. That's obviously paying off, and he's probably maybe the top 10 players who've played the most number of events on Professional Golf Tour of India. And bear in mind, he's also ventured abroad a lot. Amardeep Malik has, we had a look at
Raj on number 4.
Had a few misses early on before holding that putt. Amardeep really putting well today. So Amardeep, bear in mind, he also always goes for the international tour qualifying and ventures abroad as well. And I know that he travelled to America quite a few times and played a little bit of golf there on the secondary tours and exhibition golf as well. But still, he plays. He has a lot of miles under his belt, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Golfers who can play a lot of events that actually correlates to fitness. Not many people realize that you can play a lot of golf.
It's your recovery. It's your cardiovascular health.
And it's your joints, bones, and everything holding up well. If you're playing a lot of golf tournaments, that means your fitness is on song. That's a leading indicator.
And you can, if you keep the same, distance, like starting a tour for events, and if you don't lose any distance from the first two, you're doing really well actually.
And that cumulatively, if you like playing 4-5 weeks, this was that brilliant shot. Have a look at this technique. Really getting under the ball. It's like a butterfly with sore legs. It's so nice, that shot. So unfair for it not to go in the hole, to be honest.
I had a really good chance. It just dived right at the end. Rehan, just narrowly missing this putt.
So Amardeep Malik in career earnings is 22nd, and so this goes to show you, and he's been a very consistent golfer since the inception of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Really good player, very consistent.
This is that huge putt that Udayan holed on number 10 a little while ago. And this is our 2022 Order of Merit winner, Manu Gandas, putting. It looks like he just over borrowed it on number 9, the par 5. Number 9 has yielded fewer birdies this week compared to previous years for some reason. Amardeep Malik tidying up on number 9, playing alongside Manu Gandas. Well, not sure what that was for. It is a very reachable par five. So most likely that was a birdie putt. I'm not playing really well. I just had that blemish on number three with making bogey on the par five. Otherwise, it's been a really good performance so far. M Dharma. Let's see. You can take the soft hand into this chip as well. He maybe just maybe half a yard from perfection. You can see he wanted to land it on the collar to kill the speed, and he just landed maybe a yard short of it. Yeah, disappointed with his effort there. He's quite prolific with his short game. M Dharma from Bengaluru, the winner of the last event of the first half of this year in Manesar. This is Veer Elawat. First look at him today.
Yeah, it's a very makeable putt. Oh, just about missing it on the lower side.
Yeah,
Has a lovely swing, for that amount of speed. He's always able to hold his finish, which I think is we discussed previously that that's such an important thing, that you hold your finish. And it's easier said than done, and especially when you have such high swing speeds, it is it's actually emblematic that
Rohan Dhole Patel from Pune.
yes, and it's Rohan now on hole number 10 with what seems to be a mere kick-in.
Yeah, he has this technique which is very effective. That of line reading. Rohan has this.
Oh, really going after that one, and has missed it to the right hand
Just
side.
got a bit late on that, with his arms. So just flaring it out to the right. You can see that Bukraj really backs himself to hitting those long irons high.
Kshitij, I like this sort of pre-shot routine that he has. Imagines the line, or maybe picks out a target right at the end, and then visualization. Visualization is such an important component of the good golfer.
It's a part of your pre-shot routine, and it almost makes you play it before you play it.
Let's see.
This is the ninth hole.
Oh, look at that! Look at that golf shot. His visualization was right on point.
Right on point. He's
And that's quite a fair distance behind. So I'm assuming that's his second shot.
yeah, it is probably a second shot.
Yeah,
It
look at
is-
that. You can tell from that smile on his face. He seems to have some sort of a mid hand, so that would be a kick in eagle.
Yeah, he's remember he got off to a dismal start on number one, making eight, and then he's had pars all the way through before bogeying the last hole. So this should get him back that a few couple of shots. I would love to see him shoot under par after that start. So our leader Michel Ortolani has barred the difficult eighth hole, which is playing over its par today. I like his ball swing. He's got very good lines in it.
Yeah, it's a replay of that fantastic golf shot. Must have been coming in from about 180, 185 odd yards.
Yeah. It must be a tough walk for Vicky with that bag right
He's
now.
a seasoned veteran, but I'll tell you one thing.
It's uphill right now.
I'll tell you one thing though. See, Vicky has, he was on Shubhankar's bag, and he's been with a lot of luminaries. I think for a while, Vikrant Chopra, Himmat. He's been with Angad and all the good players. He's learned a lot and grown as a caddy, and somehow he's also become accustomed to picking that bag up because he ventured a lot on the Asian tour as well. He was telling me the other day, and just to think about it, that's also a Cinderella story. We often miss the backdrop. A player is really important, but mind you, also give a thought out to the caddies. They're always the man Friday, and they always are a very they're an integral part of the team, and they don't get much for their efforts, to be honest with you. Only the few who are lucky enough that if their player does well, they get a 10 to 7%, and if some of them make it big, like Anirban Lahiri's caddy. In fact, if I'm not wrong, even carried for him at the Augusta Masters. So you can well imagine that's something that would be unfathomable for somebody who is plying his trade as a caddy to think that one day I'll be picking up back at Augusta Masters.
If you're good at your job, it can take you places. I can tell you, if you're good at anything, it's going to take you places. People will recognize you for your services.
Any idea whose bag is he on now?
Who?
Anirban Lahiri is the guy. I think he's.
Oh, he's actually, he's not on the tour anymore, but he's doing really well for himself. He's made himself a house and all that, and he caddies at JP Greens. When there's a tournament there, he'll caddy for a pro. Otherwise, he's got a couple of members who are regular clients of his, so he's a regular income now.
Okay.
And with, sometimes these. Sometimes when you've done it for a long time, you need. He says, "I just need a break for some
Here,
time."
look at Shaurya now.
Shaurya from the bunker number 9, the par 5.
That's a good shot. Came out a little hot though.
Yeah, it just ran out a little more than he expected. Shaurya, 2 over today, 6 under for the tournament.
And mind you, caddying is not an easy task either. Carrying the bag, cleaning the divots. Now, the one thing which is
Probably
reduced
the
now.
toughest job is caddying in the rain.
Yes, keeping the clubs dry.
It is such a task, keeping the club dry, keeping the player dry, making sure nothing is going inside, and telling the line, breaking the bunker, giving the club,
And keeping
discussing
the pace of play.
Yeah, and keeping the pace of NBA they're on a tight string as far as pace of play is concerned.
Especially, now even on the professional golf tour of India since the last 5 years, I think there's been such an emphasis on the speed of play, and it's really been enforced practically, and I would say rightfully so. And the penalties really mount on the players who can't quite keep up. So the caddy really has to keep in step.
Yeah, our telecast has a timing, and everything has a timing to it. And if the pace of play is not maintained, then all those things go out of sorts. So it's imperative that the players maintain the pace of play, which has been stipulated there. It's on the. They get a sheet telling them at what time where they should be. Wind's picking up, Shaurya. So you can see
that's customary on this golf
7
course.
sisters in the background.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. If you want to win the inaugural, my apologies, not the inaugural. If you want to win the KGiSL Presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna, you're going to have to earn it. And you're not being a Prima Donna is not going to help you either. You will have to be the main lead and stay with it throughout. And you have to play the part. You have to walk the walk. Only then will you emerge as a champion the end of the proceedings. And currently leading the way is Italian stallion Michel Ortolani at 14 under par. He's playing like a heavyweight champion, isn't he? And from one heavyweight to another, Pukraj missing that putt. So the Italian Michele Ortolani leads at 14 under par. Ryan Thomas follows
And
him
this is a
closely.
hole that is like almost like a short to medium par four for Pukraj with his distance, and he's standing on a tee. He's probably already played this hole in four, right?
Yeah.
And so you can see the frustration on his face. Ryan Thomas, the closest of the pursuers, he's at 12 under, 2 under today, and this is Shaurya with his birdie putt on number 9, just hitting it through the break. Shaurya Bhattacharya, this is his rookie year on the PGTI. He had a fairly illustrious amateur career on the Indian Golf Union's amateur circuit. Pukraj, this is one hole that you can see from his expression early on, he really wanted that putt. So this is what he's got left to clean up for par on number 9. That's our leader with his second shot on number 9, the par 5. Michele
Seems to
Ortolani
be a
from
little obfuscated by the trees. But it does have a clear line.
He's left enough to take it over the trees and still get to the putting surface. If you hit it to the right side, then you kind
Then
of
you have to lay
up.
So that seems to be perfect position where to drive it. Let's see
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like he put a good swing on it. Shaurya.
if you can add to the tally of birdies. And is that going to go in the hole?
It just
Oh
almost hit
man,
the
what a
flag.
golf shot! What a fantastic golf shot! He is really on song. He's firing on all cylinders.
And to his playing companions, it looked like it might have hit the flag.
Yeah, he's really putting the scare in the rest of the field. What a shot there by Michele Ortolani. The man from Italy is feeling at home.
Well, his closest pursuer, Ryan Thomas, has made his first bogey for the day. He's dropped back to 11 under. So now the lead stays at 3. 14 under is Michele Ortolani, 3 shots ahead of the chasing pack, which has Yashash Chandra MS in it and Rehan Thomas. Yashash Chandra MS on playing his second into number 9, the par 5. Really good golf swing. Yashash Chandra, sneaky long.
Yeah, really, that's a massive drive on this hole. He has a clear line here. Can actually go in with a lofted club.
Looks like he went after a little harder than usual, so this is going to go left.
A little bit of miscue, and that's going to be a very tricky shot coming up.
It was much faster than his usual pace.
Yeah, I think you're allowed the odd miscue, and that's going to be a very adventurous third shot coming up for Yashash Chandra. A little bit about our powered by partner for the week, Prima Donna. Prima Donna, a product offered by premium personal care and hygiene brand Prima World. And it's, when you remove your makeup, you have bits of cotton left on your face. Your trusted solution could be Prima Donna to help with that problem. Being sold in 25,000 stores globally, and after winning the trust of leading private labels across the world, Prima Donna comes to India and comes in a big way, supports this tournament, and is the powered by partner. It's been a fantastic week thus far. We've seen some low scores. We've seen international players, and an international player is leading at this point in time because they know the importance of this week.
We haven't had
Listen,
that happen yet. Generally, they've been playing for the last year or so, and this is the first time that we've seen somebody uh, from overseas leading on the PGTI. They played well. By overseas, I meant outside the subcontinent. Bangladeshis have led earlier, and
many
so
good
did Sri
players from
Lankans,
Sri
yeah.
Lanka. They have led, and replay of that part. So it's good. It shows that the depth of the tour is there. You're having international attention, and I'm sure that Michelle has a lot of support back home, and they would be rooting for him to break through here and earn those much required, those much wanted rather world ranking points.
I'm not sure if they know that it's being telecast. Yeah.
I'm certain that they're following this, and of course the time duration would be different. On Eurosport, they'd be able to follow this live action at this point in time and enjoying.
Very early in the day for them. And
It's probably going to be somewhere at I reckon 6 o'clock or 7 in the morning,
Yeah.
but nevertheless, it's an ideal time to wake up and see your top stars, your country's top star perform in such formidable fashion.
This is that brilliant approach into 9 by Kshitij with call.
Yeah, and look at the amount of compression that he put on that ball.
So by the way, that was not his second shot. That was his third shot. He made birdie there.
Oh yeah, we just checked and we got. I'm guilty as charged. I saw a brilliant shot and I jumped to conclusions, but that's all right. Some conclusions can be wrong, but the conclusion that I could draw that was a stellar golf shot, nevertheless.
Yes, beautiful aerial view of the Coimbatore Golf Club. It's on the base of the Nilgiri Hills in the cotton city of India, Coimbatore.
Yeah, if you ever do visit here, apart from playing golf and all the sights and sounds that you can take in this wonderful state and city, I would definitely say that carry an empty suitcase because there's such wonderful things that you can purchase. Clothing, there's t-shirts, there's all sort of upholstery,
There's
linen.
a big yoga ashram out here also
Yeah.
with Satguru's ashram is
Do you
in
know
Coimbatore.
a lot of the linen is exported worldwide. This is really the manufacturing hub for high quality linen and caps and everything related to fabric.
Amardeep Malik with his.
Oh, that's
It just looked a little quick on
Yeah.
that. It's not. It was not his usual rhythm.
he's hold a lot of putts, so maybe he's allowed. He's gesticulating to his caddy. Maybe
Yeah.
the caddy got the wrong read because he's really on song. So I have a feeling that's more of a question of getting the wrong line. It was a good putt, nevertheless.
Oh, you can see that the wind is picking up. You can see that it's leaves flying over the green, and the flag stick actually bending.
Yeah, now that's going to make it interesting. Now the players would really have a lot to think about. That's a welcome sight on a par five or a par four. If
Downwind.
you have downwind, you're almost your mouth is watering at the prospect of hitting a drive that really bounds on and goes the yards. But when the opposite is happening, believe you me, you're faced with a hole like hole number 10, playing almost 600 plus, about 100 yards of cumulative wind, really bearing its fangs. Then you really do feel the importance of a good drive.
Yeah. Our leader Michel Ortolani is narrowly missed hitting the flag stick with his second shot on the par
Yeah, that
five.
could have been a 2.
Yeah,
There wasn't that far off.
playing alongside on us, Kalin Joshi, who's on our screen right now.
He's been able to separate himself from the field, and if he were to make, which he should be able to make his birdie from here, he'd have a 4-shot lead, and that's almost unassailable. I feel, of course, we've seen big numbers here, and I don't want to be the naysayer of doom and say that something can happen on the back nine, akin to me hitting 2 shots back in the water hazard. These guys are a lot better, but
I can tell
I think
you,
4
I've-
shots.
Yeah.
4 shots it seems safe.
That's what I thought in the Olympics. That's what John Rahm was ahead, 8 to go, not even 9. And he was not missing a shot till then. So golf is a funny game. It's not over. till
Yeah,
it's
of course,
over.
it's not over, but I would think that's a sizable lead, especially when you're on song and you're hitting shots at will. It gives you that cushion. And if you can somehow make this putt, then that will make it all the more interesting.
This is a fast putt.
I think that has a chance if it breaks a little more. And
really good.
I think that's a really good
well
putt.
judged putt. That is actually quite quick from the back.
I must say that's a historic front nine. 6 under par by Michelle Alder or Cholani, really not holding back.
Another stroke would have found him in the 20s.
Yeah, it's a brilliant front nine. 30 on the front nine. This is what you want to do if you want to win a tournament. A lot of money at stake as well. There is obviously pride. There are world ranking points, and it's also going to catapult him on the order of merit. And they are also aware that this is a pathway to the DP World Tour.
Yeah.
This is an alternate way as well. I mean, you can play those, and you can also try and prove your mettle here on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Let's see if Kalin Joshi can prove his mettle with the putter here.
Yeah, it's
a
going to
good
move
roll,
a
rolling
lot from
end to end, but
right. Just over borrowing it there. The third member of this group is Yashash Chandramla, MS, and we saw that he just miscued his second shot into the rough over and on the left of the green. So just waiting for a ruling from the referee. So I'm not sure of what's happening there.
a little piece of trivia: if Michel were to hold on to his lead and win this tournament, he would become the 11th foreigner to win a full field event on the Professional Golf Tour of India. Previous winners: 4 winners from Sri Lanka: Anura Rohana, Mithun Pereira, Thangaraja, Prabhakaran. 2 from Bangladesh: Siddiqur Rahman, Jamal Hussain. 1 from Nepal: Shivaram Shrestha. And 1 from Australia, Kunal Bhasin. 1 from Singapore, Lam Chi Bing. And 1 from Thailand.
Pariya Jun Hasnawadikul.
Thank you so much, Amit. You can feel when I needed to be bailed out.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister.
I remember playing alongside Shivaram Shrestha. I wonder where he is. I'm not quite sure if he's competing, which tour, what is he doing. And that's, you've had so many international players. I remember there were so many Australians at one point in time who settled here in India, played the tour for quite a few years. There was Anthony
Paul Choate, yes.
And there's one before him as well who was a boxer who played for here. I forget his name. I played the qualifying school with him. I forget his name. He was a pugilist, and then he switched to golf.
Yeah,
Good
good
putt
clean-up
right there.
job there by our leader. That's a birdie that will take him to 15 under. The lead is being extended to 4.
Kalin Joshi now.
Angad Chima is 7 under today through his first 15 holes.
Fantastic showing by Angad Chima indeed.
That's the lowest round on the golf course presently.
Yeah, and puts him in at 8 under par. That's the way to jump up the leaderboard. Now, this putt, he's given a little bit of thought. It should be
It
fairly
moves.
straight.
No, it moves a bit from the left. It's a tricky one.
Good putt right in the center.
It's the one that you have to give attention to. And this is Yashash Chandra MS. Not sure what that is for because he had hit it over the back and was waiting for a ruling from our referee. Within money, 4 under today. 10 under for the tournament. Yeah. The lead presently sits at 15 under. Michelle Ortolani from Italy, our leader after the first 9 of the final round. We're bringing you live coverage of the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna from Coimbatore Golf Club in Tamil Nadu. Rehan Thomas
On hold.
shaking hands with that one. Just when it's so much of downwind and the wind is so strong right now, you're hitting the club, but you have to guess the rollout on it. This is our overnight leader Akshay Sharma and a spot of bother on number 9. He's short-sided himself. He's in the right rough. It's a dog leg left to right, par 5, reachable. In discussion with his caddy on how the strategies from here. Looks like he's already hit the shot and he's trying to figure out where it's finished up.
What a great shot! ரித்துராஜ் ரொம்ப டயர்டா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இதோ ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் பிரேக்.
ஆனா இது என்ன பிளஸ் சைன்?
அம்ருதாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு செல் லெவலில் ஹைட்ரேஷன் தேவை. அதன் எலக்ட்ரோலைட்ஸ் உங்கள் செல்களை ரீஹைட்ரேட் செய்து எனர்ஜியை மீட்டு தரும். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகத்தை தீர்த்திடும்.
சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு அம்ருதாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகம் தீர்த்திடும்.
Viewers, we are joined by Mr. R. Gopinath, the president of the Coimbatore Golf Club. The Coimbatore Golf Club has been gracious hosts for us this week and in previous years. I'd like to begin by asking you, sir, just the anticipation, leading up to this week among the club members, the golfing fraternity of Coimbatore. Just tell us a little bit about that, the excitement, how it builds up.
Well, the members are definitely extremely excited to watch because there is some incredible stroke making that they anticipate, and the guys have definitely not let them down. I think there's been some great golf played over the last 3 days and today as well. Of course, quite a bit of work has gone on in the golf course. We had some layout changes, some greens which have been redone. So the course is not in perfect shape, it's pretty good.
So also talking about the course, what do you feel are the standout features of this course?
Well, the only difference that Coimbatore Golf Club has is the wind, and the wind has been, let's say, a little benign. It was a factor, but not as much as it usually is. I think it's made an impact, not as much as I would have probably hoped.
And we had a really close contest last year, sir. Are you looking forward to another nail biter?
I think all my nails will probably get chewed before the day is over. It's been some really tight, 18 people yesterday within 5 shots, so it's anybody's game. I think the person who can keep the mental part of the game solid and still make the good shots, I think is going to be the winner. Would look forward for a sudden death as well if possible.
Just like last year.
Just like last year.
And the Pro-Am event is slated for tomorrow, sir. How are you looking forward to that, rubbing shoulders with the professional?
Well, we all hope that we'll learn something. And I think the thing we learn the most is that we are so far behind the best. So there's a lot to look forward to in terms of trying and improving ourselves.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time, and thank you for hosting us again this year. So that was Mr. R. Gopinath, President, Coimbatore Golf Club. It's back to you guys in the studio, Amit and Shaurya.
That was Nikhil Kalana, media head, talking to the president of the golf club.
Nikhil Kalan comes from you must have heard the surname. It's a very famous name in polo, the Kalan brothers.
Yeah.
And his father, General Kalan, so he has a lot to do with the sport in general.
So that was the president of the Coimbatore Golf Club, Mr. Gopinath. His father was actually the president of the Indian Golf Union, K. Rajgopal, and also the founder of Coimbatore Golf Club.
Oh.
In the early to mid 80s. So this is our updated leaderboard. Rehan Thomas just birding number 9, inching closer to Michel Ortolani, who's had a fabulous front 9, 30 on the front 9, 6 under. We have a few other low scores today. We have Angad Chima 7 under today through his first 15 holes. He started on the back 9. He's made a trio of birdies on 16, 17, 18. Then birdied number 2, 4, and 6. So he's threatening that course record. Let's see how that unfolds. And then on the screen is this is the short par 4 15th hole. This is a birdie hole. Playing far below its par presently.
Yeah, that's not his best effort. That you would have been expecting that to release a little more. But a really good pin position though, right at the back. Making the whole play to its complete yardage, the longest possible.
That was Sony playing alongside Abhinav Lohan and M. Dharma.
That's a big drive by Lohan. He has that very penetrating ball flight, comes out very well now.
And Sony is playing well today.
That came out a little hot. Should stay on. Give himself a look at birdie.
Milan Sony is 4 under today. Finds himself at 9 under, which is in 8th place presently.
Now look at Yashas. So it's really a nice tempo to that swing.
And he's left himself a very good look at birdie.
But that's those are two lusty blows to get there in this headwind.
Absolutely, it plays much
about 660, 70 given the headwind, because it's cumulative headwind and it's not just like 10 yards. It really does increase, and you have to hit penetrating shots. But that shows you that length of the tee has enabled these players to almost get home into even in this blustering conditions.
And that was Khalin Joshi from the right rough. He's also he's within 50 yards of the green, and so is our leader Michel Ortolani. He's
probably the closest to the green.
Yep,
and he has a swing which it doesn't look that he's hitting it that hard.
Yeah, he looks athletic, and that is a big plus point when it comes to sports. It's you create a lot of power from being athletic. Athletics is the ABC of sport, basically.
Yeah, I think before trying to become a professional in any sport, it's important to work on your physicality. As look at that touch. I mean, that's the gentle touch of a surgeon. He's really he's really in cruise control right now.
He's in control of his game.
And that ball came out. He was sitting in the rough, and not the easiest shot to control.
And that's a very makeable birdie, but it's a bit slow.
But it's downwind.
Yeah, but a bit from the right, but very makeable. And he's putting really well today. He's almost made everything he's looked at.
So speed won't be a factor because it's downwind. And from the looks of it, Yashas also seems to be on a similar line. So maybe he'll get a lot. No, I mean, he's on the other side. But still, I think he'll get a little bit of a read on how this actually behaves.
So let's line read for them. So this Yashas, I would say left edge.
Yeah,
maybe just a bit outside also. Ball will not move initial part of the journey. It's going to be very straight, but as it loses speed, it's going to dive a bit to the right.
I look at some of the other scores out on the golf course. Milind Soni, Varun Parekh, identical scores of 4 under par. Varun Parekh using his prodigious power on hole number 13 to make an eagle. And so did Aman Raj make an eagle, and he's 5 under for the day. Then you have Samar Trivedi, who's given a few strokes back to the golf course. He was 4 under at one point in time. Now he's 2 under for the day. You have Pranav Madikar at 3 under par for the day. And you have Harshjeet Singh Sethi, 2 under par through 9 holes. As we have a look at Khalin Joshi with his birdie attempt. That was a good run at birdie, but
it's downgrain from there. So it gets away from you very quickly.
Really, I thought it's going to nestle close to the stick.
And we've seen 2 people misread this putt and missed it on the right. It turns more than you think from left to right. Let's see if Khalin can read this one correctly and prove us wrong. And this putt is going to stay very straight for a long period of time, and then just about there, Yashas. It's left to right. It'll stay straight, and then it's going to dive to the right. Let's see if he's read this one correctly. Maybe a ball outside the left edge. Could be a little more than that.
Yeah, we'll have to hit it. It's against the wind, so it's very difficult sometimes to try and really force the issue and hit a putt firm, because you're so accustomed to the speed of hitting the putt. You really have to be out of your element and try to do something. And more often than not, when you're trying that, it's difficult to hit a good putt.
Let's see. He's aiming a little more than that to the left, and then it's moved sideways.
Yeah.
Towards the end, Shaurya, very surprising to see that much borrow on that part.
Also, another thing, you see, he pretty much ended up alongside the hole, so we had to maybe hit it a little firmer. The wind, I remember it firsthand what an effect the wind has while you're putting.
They had a good roll on the putt, though.
Yeah. So let's see. It's not just the shots that you're putting, and for all the amateurs, all the amateurs watching this back home, you have to understand when you're playing in extreme wind, which these players are currently navigating. It's every facet of the game you have to cater for the wind, especially when you're putting, and if it's sideways wind.
And mentally also it affects you. It wants you when you hit, let's say it's from the left, it's kind of telling you, okay, don't hit it loose.
Yes.
And it's when it's from the right, it's make sure you start it right enough. Let's not hurry this one. So it makes you do a lot of things which you might not have thought about.
Would you recommend a heavier putter playing in windy conditions?
Actually, I think if it doesn't, if you're not getting a heavier putter is something you're not used to. Is anyways, you should not take any rifle into war that you haven't tested.
Yes. As you have a look at Manu.
Oh, he's really
now we're seeing the other thing happen on the back nine. Seems like the greens have dried out and players are running it by. That's something we've not quite seen for even yesterday. We rarely saw putts going past the hole. Now it seems to be a common occurrence.
Very lackluster day so far for Manu Gandas. One birdie, one bogey. Started his first hole was a birdie. Amardeep Malik had it going, but hasn't made anything for the last half an hour or so. So let's see if we can change that. On number 12 for birdie. Yeah, just a little more line on that, Amar. The third member of this group, Saptak Talwar. Saptak, even par on his round today, 7 under for the tournament. This one should move a bit from his left to right. Also hitting it through the break, so
yeah, putting is getting a little more difficult. It wasn't really easy to start with this week, and now with the wind also picking up, it's going to make things a little more spicy. We've just gotten an update. In fact, Michelle Ortolani has made a bogey on hole number 10. So we're not quite sure what transpired, if he was indeed there in 2 or if he had made a 3-putt. We're not quite certain. But what we do know that he's made a bogey and Yashas had made a par. Cleaning up there. Manu Gandas.
Karan Joshi also bogeying that hole.
Surprising.
And Milan Soni is eagle number 13 and he's moved to 6 under today and 11 under for the tournament. 3 shots behind.
Not quite sure what transpired at that hole.
I don't think he's 3-putted from there. Not the way he's putting.
Yeah.
So might have found a bit of trouble off the tee.
Yeah, quite possible.
This is our leader group, Sachin Basoya, Akshay Sharma, and Rehan Thomas.
Akshay Sharma really needs to get something going on this back nine. He's seen that Michelle Ortolani has given a shot back, so that He's
Gives
trailing golfers are like sharks in the water. They smell a little bit of blood and they try to get in for the kill. And that's what a leader has to sort of guard against. You want to close the door of opportunity for the trailing pack.
Yeah, if you leave the door open, somebody's going to sneak in. Well, yeah, that was something we didn't expect. Our leader was looking really solid for the first 9 holes. Rehan, a good angle in though. He's not on the fairway, but it's a good angle into this flag. He's got enough green to work with. Ideally, he would want to land the ball somewhere between the front of the green and the flag. Coming up a bit shy on that occasion.
So we got the back nine to play, and we done through 3.5 rounds of this tournament, which has been a stellar event thus far. It's been keenly contested, low scoring, a lot of good rounds.
Akshay Sharma, our overnight leader, 1 over today, 10 under for the tournament. You can see the ball turns a lot from there.
Yeah, he did cater for that. That's a decent chip shot from Akshay Sharma. Should be able to make that for his par. You see, when the wind picks up, this golf course really does get interesting, especially the back nine. You have that difficult par 3, the 14th. It's quite a tricky hole. Small little green.
Well, things are going to get interesting with that bogey by our leader on number 10. His first blemish today.
And for those of our viewers who are joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the KGiSL Presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna, being played at the Coimbatore Golf Club. This prize fund for the tournament is rupees 1 crore. And leading your tournament is currently Michel Ortolani, the man from Italy, who finds himself at 14 under par after a stellar front nine, which saw 4 birdies and a solitary eagle as well. He gave a shot back to the golf course on hole number 10, and now he's 2 shots clear of Ryan Thomas. Now look at Ryan on hole number 10. So he would not make that putt. Good showing by Ryan, who's quite a prolific international player. Followed by Milind Soni, who's having a stellar round today. He's really crept up on the leaders. Was 5 under at the start of the day, and now he is 6 under for the day. Taking claim to that trophy as well is Milind. He's just had a stretch of birdie and eagle on hole number 12 and 13, followed by 2 pars. Further down, we have Mysuru's Yashas Chandra at 11 under par. Sachin Besoya, who's on your screens in wearing pink. He is level par for the day, 10 under for the tournament. So would dearly want to make this putt and get things moving in the right direction. Also a winner on tour. Good all-rounded game. Yeah, makes that. That would move him to 11 under par. So it's getting crowded on top. As we predicted earlier in the week, that the winner score could be somewhere in the vicinity of 14 under par. Further down, we have former numero uno on number 8 rank, Manu Gandas at 9 under par, still within a shot. Now this is a pivotal putt for Akshay Sharma. You can see that he's given this quite a lot of thought. Yeah, firm putt right in the center. What I really do like about his technique is that he has a lot of conviction in his stroke. Even the ones that he misses, they're mostly due to getting the wrong read, but his stroke is immaculate. Great forward press, and the ball comes out rolling end to end. He's probably one of the best putters that you'll see in terms of conviction on the greens and the way he hits the putt. Look again at that birdie putt. Amardeep Malik, who started the day really well, holding those putts and making a lot of birdies, has given a few shots back to the golf course on 10 and 12. 10, which is proving to be probably one of the most difficult holes on the golf course after hole number 8. Amardeep Malik is at 8 under for the tournament. And further down, we have a look at Pukrat Singh Gill, who's at even par and 8 under for the tournament.
I played all my golf in Dubai. Ended up going to college at Oklahoma State from 2019 to 2024. And just turned pro at the end of May and excited to get the journey going. Playing the Asia Pacifics, I've played I think 6 Asia Pacifics for India. And so representing India is always a great opportunity for me to represent the country that's given a lot back to me. The Asian Games, the Eisenhower Trophy, all things that are memories that I'll cherish for a long time. I did 5 years at Oklahoma State. Felt my game was ready to turn pro and see what this next journey has in store for me. I'm really looking forward to it. Enjoying the golf course, enjoying being able to see a lot of old friends grown up with, and so it's a lot of fun to be back in India and excited to play. We've been on teams together, Adil Beatty, Varun Parekh, just guys I've been on the team together, so it's a lot of fun to see them again and see where they've progressed to and beat against them again. Off the golf course, honestly, not too much. I like to be pretty relaxed when I'm home. I'm pretty homebody, like to lay in bed and eat a lot of good food and watch a lot of movies. So, yeah. Basketball, it was honestly my first true passion when I was a kid. I wanted to be a basketball player, but realized I wasn't going to get any taller or jump any higher, so I had to kind of put that to the side.
That was Rehan Thomas. This is the 12th. This is a group of Pukrat Singh Gill, Shaurya Bhattacharya, and Kshitij Navitkol. Shaurya from the bunker on number 12. Yeah, he stopped very quickly. Even very surprising that ball didn't release after landing. Shaurya 1 over today, 7 under for the tournament. Kshitij Navitkol, 4 over today. He started with that dismal 8 on the first hole. It looked like that ball should have released, especially downwind. It was surprisingly how fast it stopped. Pukrat Singh Gill just made birdie on number 11, so he's even par for the day. 8 under for the tournament. Yeah, in the money end of things, it's the back nine on the final round. So every stroke worth a lot. And Pukraj putting a really good roll on that putt. Narrowly missing out for birdie on number 12. Yeah, this is the live coverage of the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna. And we're in the back nine, and things have become very interesting with that bogey that our leader just made on number 10. And this chasing back, see a ray of hope. Till then, our leader Michel Ortolani was blemish-free, 600 through his first 9 holes. Kshitij Navit called, grazing the edge of the hole again. He's had a bunch of near misses today. Odian Mane 4 under, 10 under for the tournament. You know, he started off with a pair of 72. Then yesterday was 66 with that 7 on number 8. And 4 under today. So he's found some form over what we call in golfing terms the weekend, which is the last 2 days of the tournament. Shaurya Bhattacharya with his par putt on number 12, finding the bottom of the hole. Really good putt there by Shaurya. Salvaging par. He found the bunker with his approach. Pukraj Singh Gill. Just running by that, teasing bit too much. It's about left in. Just keeps the pace up. Shouldn't be a problem. And no problem it is. It's
and we've got another update, and our leader seems to be coming undone. And you said that it's. I assumed that the way he's going with the 4-shot lead, it looked pretty unassailable, to be honest with you. But lo and behold, from 4 shots, his lead has vaporized. Now he finds himself in the joint lead, and he's coming off a double bogey on 11, a bogey on 10. So, golf, as he said, it's not quite over till it's over. And for him, he'll have to really pull his socks up and, grit his teeth and play the last 7 holes the way he did the first 9.
Yeah, we saw that with the Olympics this year. John Rahm had it under wraps after 10, and then after being 5 shots in the lead, he lost by 4.
He didn't even come in the medal tally, right?
No, he didn't come in the medal tally. He finished 7th or something. I'm not sure. But it was, and I was listening to an interview by Scotty, and he says, I was looking up and I said, okay, this is, I can do something, but I need a little help from John as well. And John did help out. So golf is a funny game, it's a very mental game. And if things go in the opposite direction, it goes so fast, and it's you want this to stop the bleeding, but sometimes it's a hole or two before you can actually get a grasp of things. And we can see that with our leader Michel Ortolani. He was well and truly in charge after the front 9. He was 6 under through his first 9 holes, 4 shots in the lead, and now he's gone bogey, double bogey, turning into the backward 9, and his lead has vaporized.
In the blink of an eye.
So now things look really interesting. Even 9 under is, if they, I'm not sure if they know how he's positioned right now, but 9 under has a chance right now. So Manu Gandas, who's at 9 under after birding number 11.
But you see, my predictions are coming true. I said everybody's going to revert to the mean, mathematically speaking, because it's very difficult to keep it up, especially this golf course when it starts, gets to the fine line. You see the trees behind. As you said, you rightly said, I was taken aback when I knew the actual yardage on the scorecard, 65-40. Having played this golf course, I used to think this is one of the longer golf courses that we play on tour. I never knew that the yardage is 65-40, and to me that's still unfathomable. I don't know. That's something doesn't quite add up. Like it's. If it's what's the saying? If it looks like a duck, if it there, there is a saying, I can't quite remember it.
It's it doesn't play to 65. It plays a bit longer because there's a lot of wind, and you have to, some holes you can't use a driver off the tee, and you don't have to actually, because you can't get the ball to stop
because the out of bounds is there.
So it plays longer than 6,500. I can tell you.
It plays like a 7,000 yards minimum. Like and the thing with this golf course is, as you have a look at the updated scoreboard, it's getting crowded up on top. It's they're definitely jousting here for the lead. It's not going to be easy to win this tournament. This is the perfect, this is the kind of track where you want to hold a tournament of this stature. As I said, it's going to eventually come down to ball striking. You hit one errant shot and it just compounds. It's that kind of a golf course where it's not that easy to escape the consequences of the mistakes that you make. If you hit an errant tee shot, you can find yourself in the thicket. The trees are there, so it's a tight golf course. It's got out of bounds in just the right places, water hazards, and the driver.
Direction which actually makes you think.
And another thing, you really have to experience this wind to know what we're talking about. Having played all over, you never experience the kind of wind which you consistently experience at Coimbatore golf course. You might get a windy day here and there on some other golf course, but just think of your home golf course when it is really windy on a hole, and the things are difficult. That is a normal day here.
Yes.
So it's extremely windy.
I've one of the windiest places that I've been to is Torquay. It's on the shores of Pacific in Australia.
Hi guys, I'm Shaurya Bhattacharya. I'm 21 years old. Back in 2014 when I started playing golf. My dad being in the army, he just took me to the golf course and picked up the sport really well, loved the sport. And after that, started playing junior circuit in B category. I went up the ranks pretty quick, played the amateur circuit, and by the end of the first year, I was number 1. After that, 3 years of amateur golf, played a lot of international events, got a lot of exposure, playing against the world's best players. Because I decided to turn pro this year, felt confident with my game. I felt like I could compete against the professionals. So far, it's been a wonderful ride. I hit the ball fairly well, and I feel that's one of my strengths. PGTI is a very good tour to play on, and really enjoying the experience. Love to get a win this year as a rookie. Playing with a free mind, heading into every event, and having a good game plan and a good game strategy. Obviously Tiger Woods, I've seen a lot of his videos. I like traveling to new places, meeting new people, new cultures. Mostly doing outdoor activities, playing outdoor games like badminton.
Yeah, beautiful aerial view of the Coimbatore Golf Club. And you can see that's the practice putting green next to the clubhouse with the signage boards around it.
You see, the players always want to improve. That's probably a lot of the players who already finished their round and now wanting to brush up on their
I would
skills.
love to have an update on Angat's score. He's 7 under with 3 holes left to play.
Yeah, he's put himself in the fray. If he can get to 10 somehow, ninth is definitely a birdie hole. The eighth, of course, is quite a challenge to navigate. We've seen 2 birdies on the eighth thus far.
But surprisingly, no big numbers on 8 today, Yesterday,
But lots of bogeys.
Yeah, we had bogeys. We have a couple of birdies also. Rohan Dhole Patel, Saptak
I
Talwar.
have a feeling if we're seeing so many bogeys and not many big numbers, many players are laying up on that hole. Otherwise, you don't quite make a bogey if you're just going for it because it's very narrow. That might be happening today.
Yeah, if you're out of position on number 8, I think you should just lay up because it's playing longer than
Otherwise
par 5 ninth.
you'd either see a double or you'd see numbers worse than that. Because once you hit the hazard, it's a very difficult shot to try and make up and down. You take a drop, good 50, 80 yards behind.
Absolutely. So, as far as the scoring is concerned, it's playing probably almost it's playing easier than number 9.
This might be the first time I've just seen. Can you guess, without looking at the scoreboard, how many eagles we've had on 13?
Eagles on 13 today or overall? Today. Maybe 2 or 3.
8 eagles on the 13th. It is a mind-boggling statistic that I can't wrap my head around, to be honest.
It must be the wind is perfect for that hole then.
Yeah, but still, 8 eagles?
Wow.
And there are those water
right.
hazards that flank that green. So it's just testament to the standard of play is something else.
This is our leader on your screen. Michel Ortolani is leaders. He's a co-leader, sorry, and we're on number 12. Kalan Joshi sizing up what he's got left on number 12. Playing with Michel Ortolani and Yashas Chandra MS, who's one shot behind his playing competitor Michel Ortolani, who shares the lead with Rehan Thomas at 12 under. So it's going to be a very thrilling end to this. A lot of people have come into the fray now with Michel taking a few steps back. Presently 9 under sits in a tie for 7th, but they're very much in it, just 3 shots behind. We have six holes left. The leading group is playing number 12 presently. Yashas Chandra MS with his long putt on number 12. See if we can judge the speed correctly. This is judging the speed correctly on a windy day is probably the most difficult thing to do. Doing a pretty good job there on number 12, Yashas Chandra MS from Mysuru. He's the winner of the gold medal at the National Games last year, held in Delhi at the Delhi Golf Club. Michel Ortolani from Italy. He's our co-leader at 12 under. You can see that arm lock putting technique of his, giving it a good run and just almost making that one from a long range. Looks so good. Narrowly missing out there. Not sure if that having the flag in affected the result of that putt. Fairly brisk tempo to his putting stroke. Songa Chima not finishing the way he would have liked to. He bogeyed 7 and 8 and did not birdie 9 the par 5 and has finished at 5 under, a total of 6 under, 282 for the tournament. Cullen narrowly missing out there as well. Yashaz leaving himself a little bit of work there on number 12 for par. But this is about 4 feet, 4.5 feet for right to left uphill for par. This is a nerve tester. And he is just missed it by a whisker there. Unfortunate miss by Yashas Chandra MS on number 12 for a par. 3 putting that hole, bogey, falling back to 10 under, 2 shots behind our leaders. Johan Thomas and Michel Ortolani, or Michel on your screen, finishing up for par on number 12. Yeah, all smiles. It's good attitude there. He's had a tough 2 holes before this one, making bogey on 10 and a double bogey on 11. He was firmly in command of this tournament prior to that. You can see there was an unfortunate miss there by 360. Shas Chandra MS dropping back to 10 under. Veer Alawat and Jairaj Singh Sandhu on our screen. Veer having that splendid week at the Indian Open at the DLF Golf and Country Club. He's leading the prize money in the 2024 season. Akshay Sharma, our overnight leader, finds himself 2 shots behind presently at 10 under. It's 1 over today. Ryan Thomas in a spot of bother on number 12. He's done a really good job. You can see the patrons applauding his effort.
Michel Ortolani with that par on 12 still remains the leader alongside Ryan Thomas. It's also golf is rather unique. It's got elements of all other sports. It's almost like a marathon in the duration that it extends, like a test match. If you think it's akin to that, one practice round and then 4 rounds, and sometimes actually the pro am as well. So 6 rounds, probably longer than a test match. You're out there battling the elements for the. But it's very different in that aspect. You need the touch around the greens. You also need that fast twitch fiber to hit the ball long, and you have to master so many different facets of the game, and then you have the temperamental part as well. So it's not easy.
And this all requires a lot of energy, and you have to conserve your energy. It's a long race. You need to, your diet, your rest, everything has to be very calculative.
Tricky little shot coming up for Sachin. Seems to have caught it well.
Yeah, really good shot from there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot from him. Look at that result. The moment it came off the club face, you knew that it's going to be closer. A lot. It's about the quality of contact, I feel, Amit.
Yeah, if he's coming from the rough. If he draws a good lie, he'll get some purchase on it. There's an element of luck involved in when you hit the ball in the rough.
But also the utilization of the bounce. Now let's have a look at Akshay. He's also really good from these kind of lies.
But he's a bit closer, so you won't be able to put that much spin on it. And the only person on the dance floor was Rehan Thomas on this hole, the par 4 12th. A fair bit away, so his lag putting is going to be tested very soon. You saw Michelle doing a really good job with his putt a bit earlier on.
Hole number 12 playing to 380 yards.
Well, he had short sighted himself with his drive. He was precariously close to the trees on the left, and he's hooked it around the trees to find the green. So a little bit of artistry out there needed to be successful at this sport. And in the background is our tournament director Sampat Chari in his familiar bucket hat. Rehan Thomas going to work trying to figure out the line on this 30-footer that he has left for birdie on number 12. Really nice setup. He's one of those few players who likes the pin out from a long distance. He left it a bit short. He's going to have a little bit of a tester coming up for par. Milan Soni has having a brilliant day today. He's 6 under for the day, 11 under for the tournament. He's finished most of the holes. He's just got 3 holes left. So if you can find 2 more and take it to 13, he's in with a chance, Shaurya.
Yeah, absolutely. The way things have gone, players have all bunched up. And my prediction was that to really separate yourself, you'll have to keep a consistency going on the back, and it's not going to be won by the putter this tournament. It's going to be won by ball striking off the tee, and especially in the fairway. I mean, you might roll a putt like that. That definitely is going to do no harm to his hopes. And finally, he makes a birdie, and you can see how happy he is with that. My apologies. The exaltation tells you everything. First birdie of the day for Akshay, and that would move him to 11 under par. So, similar story that transpired to that transpired yesterday.
Yeah, he made that very important par putt on 9 yesterday that surged him on. This one doesn't do much. It's almost straight, maybe from a hair bit from his left. Let's see if we can get this read correct. Yeah, it's just rolled into the center of the hole. Sachin is just there or thereabouts. He's 1 under today. He's 11 under for the tournament. He was one person I thought had a really good, chance of winning today. Rehan, this is a little more than he would have wanted for par on number 12. Really solid putting stroke. His putter goes on a tight string. Is solid.
Very confident putt.
Very nice flow to his stroke. Assertive hit.
And a very nonchalant kind of attitude. He's very consistent with the way he's playing. Doesn't get too perturbed with drop shots, and you actually need that. You need to realize that you play a lot of tournaments, and you need to be even keeled.
Yeah, absolutely. This is M. Dharma on our screen. He's playing alongside Vinod Lohan and Milind Soni. And Milind Soni is having a really good day today. He's 6 under today. Just one shot behind
6
our leaders.
Look at his trousers, the way they're buffeting against the wind. This shows you the amount of wind that he has. It's not just slight breeze. It's something that really impedes upon every aspect of your game, and you have to factor it in.
Yeah, it affects the line on the greens. It's a side. You have to factor in how much is going to release if it's downwind on your approach shots.
And on your putts, when the ball is dying down, that's the last moment where the wind can actually move it a little bit. Look at that.
Yeah, this has picked up considerably over the past hour or so. Like we had mentioned earlier, the wind picks up around 10 o'clock and it keeps going, and then it starts dying down around 5 o'clock. So if you can get off to a fast start and before the wind actually picks up, early starters have a big advantage at Coimbatore in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but I mean, either ways, you're going to get to the other side of the draw. So everybody's going to play in each bracket.
Yeah, that's true. But
depending on the day, like there's a little bit of like the British Open depends on which day it's really windy in the morning. So of course, those are the factors which are intrinsically there in golf. It's really gusting out there now. And even the short holes get really difficult as the wind picks up.
That was Abhinav Lohan finishing up on number 18. He's playing alongside M. Dharma and Milind Soni, who's had a brilliant day.
Abhinav Lohan, 3 over par. We'll soon get an update about his final 2 under for the tournament.
This is Amar's birdie putt on number 12 a bit earlier today.
Abhinav Lohan also a very consistent performer on tour. Rarely does he miss the cut. He's also, those are the highlights from earlier. He's also a very consistent performer. 200 events. So this was the 201st, and he's 25th on the all-time order of merit. That's a very tight course swing, very tight very little dispersion as far as his ball flight is concerned. That's why he's able to be very consistent.
This was a really good part by Michelle. It got a piece of the whole. So, that shows that long putting gets affected when you get nervous. He's in control of his nerves.
Yeah,
that's Yashar's having a horseshoe on number 12. That was unfortunate.
Michelle needed that part to stabilize things somewhat. And this was a shot that he saw. What a beautiful shot this was.
Pitched it to perfection. He just cleared the bunker. Akshay. There's so many ways of making a 4, and Akshay, this was Akshay's 4, number 12. Rehan cleaning up after coming up a bit short on number 12. Really confident stroke there by Rehan Thomas. And that's the 16th par 3, which has the Nissan Magnite as the hole-in-one reward. For the first hole-in-one to happen on the par 3 16th, we have had a couple of near misses. None have had a hole-in-one yet. And that's our 2022 Order of Merit winner Manu Vandas on the tee. And we're giving you live coverage of the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna from Coimbatore Golf Club in Coimbatore. We are in the money end of things. It's the last 6 holes for our leaders. Our lead presently shared by Michelle Ortolani from Italy and Rehan Thomas at 12 under, and a shot back is Sachin Basoya at 11, then a pair at 10, Yashash Chandra, MS, and Akshay Sharma, who was our overnight leader. Then Sony, unfortunately, making a 5 on the par 3 16th and dropping out and finishing 9 under. And we have a update on our leaderboard. The leaders have been joined on top by our 2022 Order of Merit winner Manu Gandas, who birdied number 11, eagle number 13. That's our 9th eagle on 13 today. Then birdied 15, the short par 4 as well. He's 4 under today and 12 under for the tournament. And that changes a lot of things. He is someone who knows how to finish things off. You've seen him do it time and again, and he's there playing alongside Amardeep Malik, who's lining up his tee shot on number 16, the par 3, which has the Nissan Magnite as the hole-in-one reward. Let's see if he can get one. And really good tee shot there and you can see how hard the wind is blowing into them, playing at least a couple of clubs longer. So this has changed the dynamics of our event completely. Manu Gandas having a brilliant first 6 holes in the back nine. He's 4 under for the back nine and 4 under for the tournament for the day, and 12 under in joint lead. Saptak Talwar hitting his tee shot on number 16, the par 3. Saptak 2 over today, having bogeyed 14 and 12.
Is he going to drive away with the car? That's the important question.
I haven't seen many balls come close, actually.
Oh,
you can see that he's under club. That
looks
one
like that's in the drink.
He might have hit the wall of the hazard, Shaurya. You see, he's disappointed with that club selection of his.
Actually, you can't be too disappointed because it's one of those flags. You want the car, so you have to be aggressive, and it's a tricky one to be honest. I think if you think about the decision-making process, not many players would want to play 10 feet beyond the flag pin position with the pin being there, and inadvertently you want to make a hole in one.
Nice one of those
Catch
pins
22.
that invites you with danger. Well, Manu Gandas has just turned things around so quickly, and then we have Michelle birding number 13, the par 5, and going one shot ahead now. So he's stopped the bleeding, and he's made up a shot which he, out of the 3 he had dropped on the back nine. He's 4 under, he's 13 under for the tournament and leads it by 1 stroke.
Good on him to do that, and Manu Gandas obviously is catching up. He's made birdie on 11, eagle on 13, another eagle. So that takes the tally up to 9 eagles. So out of 60. So out of every 10, out of every, I think 60 players have made the cut, and there have been 9 eagles.
Yeah, and the 2 other eagles other than the ones happening on number 13. There's Michelle Ortolani, eagle number 3 today, and
That's
Samat
almost
Divedi, sorry, beg your pardon, Chikkarangappa, eagle 9 today.
Yes, it's about a 17% eagle percentage. That's a lot. So maybe it's playing downwind, and the players are really able to get it far, and the pin position is amenable to low scores as well.
See if anybody's birdied 16 today, because this pin is not it's a tough pin on number 16. Aman Raj has done it.
The pin position on the par 5 is 7 on and 3 from the right. So it's a front right pin position. That does bring the water, if I remember correctly, on the right hand side also.
Well, quite a few twos on number 16 today. I bring this up because we have Manu putting for birdie on 16. He just finds himself a shot adrift presently. Saptak making up really well for that errant tee shot on number 16. Cleaning up, leaving the stage clear for Manu, who's got about 25-30 feet left for his birdie on 16. This is a downhill, downwind, down grain putt, so it's going to be quicker than most putts he's hit today. Clubhouse leader presently, Milan Soni at 9 under.
Yeah, sitting pretty at 9 under, but I don't think that's going to be good enough to win the tournament. But he'll have a stellar finish nevertheless and a good paycheck.
Yeah, he's here at 11 under for a long time till he double bogeyed the 16th.
One thing that's sort of
This is
unbeknownst to our
really
viewers.
fast putt, Shaurya. So let's see if you can judge the speed properly. And
He's judged it to perfection.
yeah, absolute brilliant putt there by Manu Gandas.
Yeah, so one point, that is. When you play tournaments, and this might be unbeknownst to a lot of our viewers, it used to happen to me and a lot of the co-players, you end around, you have a slight headache because you focus so much and thought a lot, especially in oppressive heat. I wonder if you ever, if you play a round and you're focusing at the end, you feel while you're playing the round, you have a lot of, let's have a look at Amar first.
And this is a slow putt. It's into the green, into the wind.
Oh.
He's had so many near misses this week. It's really, he's probably hit.
Yeah, that would have moved him to 10 under par.
Yeah, he's been really unlucky with his lip outs this week.
But he's putting well. Anytime you're burning the edges means you're doing something right. So he's putting well. It's just a little unfortunate for that one not to go in.
Sometimes this is things which are not in your control. The result, the process is. So you can see that really good putt there by Amardeep Malik. He had it tracking all the way, got a large piece of that hole, decided to stay out. This is the big man, Udain Mane, on the 18th, the finishing par 4, playing alongside former Indian Open winner Muniappa, who is 1 under today, is 7 under for the tournament. Udain is 3 under and 9 under for the event. Wind is really picked up. Muniappa has taken his cap off so that he can focus on that putt. Really gusty, windy conditions here in Coimbatore. Pukrat Singh Gill just having birdie 13 has moved to 9 under. So if he can make a few more coming in, at least somehow get to 12 and get a little help from Michelle, could be, but doesn't look like that's going to happen until Michelle looks like he steadied the ship now.
Pukraj making that putt. You saw that fist bump.
Kshitij now with call.
Seems to be one of those slippery putts that breaks to the right and depends how you hit it. Either you go firm, try to take the line out of it, or dive it in.
It's not a very fast green, so you can actually hit it a bit firm.
Yeah, I think on slow greens, the way to hold, not slow, I mean medium pace greens like these are, you need to be a little more assertive on these left-right putts. See, you saw that? That was
that's probably the right way to do it.
Yeah, that's the way to get it in.
At least you take a little bit of borrow off. You've taken the chance of it sliding past the edge. So Sachin Basoya there on your screen, cleaning up. Yasha's coming back with a birdie on number 14, so he's joined the pack at 11 under. Ryan Thomas, also birding number 13, has now joined Michelle Ortolani at the score. So there's a two-way tie again on top at 13 under. Short adrift is Manu Gandas on the prowl. Akshay, Yashas, practically almost everybody's birding number 13 today, playing way below its par. 9 eagles on it today so far. This is our hole number 16, which has the Nissan Magnite as a hole-in-one prize. You haven't had any yet. It's a front pin position. It's inviting you to take it on, and with the risk of, and the wind is gusty. So if you hit one and gusts come in, it just balloons the ball, and it's not going to, you're not going to get the yardage you want or you aimed for.
And speaking from experience, when you're on song and you get to play a golf course like this, you really do look forward, especially if you're striking your irons well. You actually relish the opportunity because you know that you can separate yourself from the rest of the field. Weeks like this provide great opportunity for good ball strikers.
Look like this one's pulled a bit left.
Safely on the green though, so that's a... Now look at the third player.
Kshitij Navid called. He's resurrected his round a bit, getting off to that dismal quadruple bogey on number 1.
All three hitting the ball, about 20-25 feet left of this flagstick.
All
Very
out.
similar.
Yeah, all good outside chances for birdie.
I think they probably took half a club extra. That's the prudent thing to do.
Yeah, because if that wind gusts up, you're going to find the drink in front.
Yeah, I would think now today with this flag, I think the only one making a hole in one is definitely not somebody who is contending for the tournament. It's probably somebody who's feeling a little adventurous might go for it.
Well, we don't have many more coming in to take it on. We have maybe 6 more players to play this hole.
Yeah.
Let's see if that magnet stays there, or is it... it's always, having a car and knowing that you have one chance at it.
It's a roll of the dice.
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
Yeah, it just makes it a lot more interesting while playing that week.
Yeah, it's very tight on top with the top 6.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
About scores, for those of you who are joining us on ABP Network or Eurosport, And I'd like to tell you, you're watching the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host, Amit Dubey. We bring you this tournament live from Coimbatore. The tournament offers a prize fund of 1 crore. And leading the tournament currently are two players, Rayan Thomas and Michelle Ortrolani. Both of them tied at 13 under par. Manu Gandas, the former number 1 player on tour, at 12 under par, followed closely by the trio of Akshay, Yashas and Sachin Bisoya at 11 under par. This is a very important tournament for the race to the top to win the order of merit. Manu Gandas had won it the year before last. Om Prakash Chauhan the last year, and the winner gets the privilege of getting a full card on the DP World Tour. So that's a lot. There's a lot to play for, in addition to a lot of other exemptions as well, into other final stages of. I think, if I'm not wrong, anyways, I don't want to say something which I'm not 100% sure, but quite a few tours that you get the final stage exemption into.
Yeah, it's a stepping stone to bigger pastures, or presently richer pastures, I would say, and you always want to move up in the profession that you have chosen for yourself. And
I would say that with the passage of time, this is no longer Professional Golf Tour of India is no longer just a stepping stone towards bigger things. It is a big tour in its own right. Any tour that is giving you world ranking points and prize funds upwards of 1 CR almost every week is a lucrative tour. If you're a good player, you can make a very solid living. The top 60 players now, if you're worth your weight, you can actually go places. Udin Mane has shown you that you can even reach the Olympics by just playing the Professional Golf Tour of India, because there are world ranking points. So if you're a good player, you can really climb the world ladder here, and then obviously you can move on to bigger and better things. Then you get opportunities like the Hero Indian Open and so many other Challenge Tour events and even other co-sanctioned tour events. So there are many opportunities.
There's a lot of doors open up if you're playing well. By the way, this sport is very performance driven. It's very individual, and if you are doing well, doors open up.
And the great thing for anyone who is wondering, especially if you're a parent or a ward or a guardian, and I feel that any career is good, and if you're looking for your child to join a sport, it could be any sport, but there is one distinct advantage as we have a look at Pukhraj, who just about sniffing the hole.
I think he's just trying to push the issue. He knows he's maybe a stroke or two.
So there's
behind of where he should have been. His brother Digraj is on the back today. So
so coming back to my point, it's probably one of the only games where you hold the reins of your hope yourself. There's nobody else who
there's no other game like
of
this.
Your fate. My apologies here. The reins of your fate. There's nobody else who can. There's the rankings are clear. It's based on performance. The teams which do get selected on the amateur or the professional, or even the juniors, are purely based on rank, which is based on points and strokes which you accumulate. So there is no qualitative aspect. It's all quantitative.
Yep.
So for those, as we have a look at this putt from Shaurya, for those who want to be in the clear that yes, if I perform, I want to be in, and if I'm not, then it's a very clear-cut sport from that aspect.
That's the beauty about it, and you can get good at it at any age. Age is not a barrier here, and it's some we've seen in the history of the sport that we have some early and some late bloomers. Pukhraj, he's left himself a little more work than he would have wanted on number 16. It is at a time that you don't want to make unnecessary mistakes, he's just put a little bit too much steam on this one on number 16, so he's left himself about 5 feet for par. And they have gusty conditions right now on the golf course. The wind's up.
This is the kind of condition that even makes this short putt
Yeah, it's affecting
difficult.
the way you can stay on top of the putt. Let's see if he can hold this. And
Yeah, that's a good one
it's
by
a big
Pukhraj.
change in his game this year with his putting. He's putting much better than he was in former years.
Yeah, and that's one of the advantages. If you have the other part of the game, which I would think is it's obviously physically a lot more demanding to strike the ball well. That there's so many aspects. You can think of putting as a fine art, and ball striking is still a very arduous, tedious process to master. And if you're gifted with things like length, and then you just harness it and improve it, if you can set a pattern, as you have a look at Kshitij now with call here, with mere formality, then if you have the majority of the game under control. If you can have the finesse, then you almost become unbeatable. You become force of nature, so to speak.
On number 17, he's one shot back. He can sniff it now.
Yeah, and
he's and he's rolling it really well.
Yeah, and he's a proven champion. That's one of the advantages when you've done it so many times. You don't feel the nerves as much.
You do feel the nerve, but you know how to handle it.
Exactly. So it's not going to overwhelm you. You're going to use it to your advantage because you play for that adrenaline rush to be in that situation. It's like being in the heat of battle. Soldiers who
I have a really good story on this thing. Tom Watson, when he first started off, let's watch Michelle on number 15 first, the short par 4. And
you think he would have driven it here? It's playing downwind, I think. Could well be his drive.
I don't think he's going to hit his approach shot that left.
Yeah, it's playing downwind. You can see it's left to right downwind.
So coming back to Tom Watson, he was he had every time he led the tournament and he couldn't finish it out, and he got labeled the joker for some time. So in one of the press conferences, one of the journalists asking him, Mr. Watson, you've been labeled joker. What do you have to say about it? He says, probably right, but if I put myself in this position again and again, I'll find a way. And he did find a way. He won 9 majors, probably beat Nicklaus head-to-head every time. So
yeah, that's the kind of attitude that you have to cultivate, because in a sport like golf, anyways, you'll be losing a lot more than you'll be winning. Even the best of players don't have a win percentage more than 5 or 6. Tiger Woods is a rare exception. I think normally you probably have 1 or 2% win percentage, even for the really good players. So you have to get accustomed to not winning, and then how do you find the positives and sort of grow from there? As you have a look at Cullen Joshi.
This could be for Eagle.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a long hitter.
Yeah. Cullen is prodigiously long. I remember playing the Indian Open with him once at Delhi Golf Course on hole number 8, and none of us was actually getting to the weekend. So just for fun, he took out 9, and we were well out of it. I said, Cullen, I want to see you hit driver. I mean, if it's already done industrial, let's see what you can pull out. And being the sport that he is, he took a driver out, and he didn't hit a fade on it. He hit a draw. And I was just astonished where that ended up. He ended up hitting a pitching wedge on that hole.
Really?
Yeah.
That far right?
He started it like 15, 20, 30 yards right of the bush and of that big tree, eucalyptus, and it just bounded on. He had like 160 to the front edge or something, and he hit a wedge from there. So he's got frightening length. Like he's got a lot of speed in him. If you see, and you can see that even from the way he walks.
Yeah, he's got that he's that edgy,
explosive.
Energy,
he's got that
energy in him.
He's got that explosive strength in him.
The myelin sheets are firing. Like he's got these small electric circuits of energy. Yeah, I can. That's in his personality also. He's a very bubbly personality.
Yeah, very affable and always has a smile on his face. And I remember seeing him in junior tournaments back in the day in APTA, New Delhi, Army Golf Course.
Yeah, this needs to go in.
Yeah, this is pivotal.
Yeah. He's 11. This will take him to 12.
Got the speed. Unfortunately, just about missing it on the lower side, but good effort nevertheless for Yashas Chandra, who would remain at 11 under par and 2 adrift of Michelle Otranani, currently 2 adrift. But if this, as it seems, is a birdie putt, this is an opportunity for him to regain lost ground.
Yeah, and He's been reading it really well today and rolling the ball also really well. So I give it at least 60% chance, 70% chance of going in. At 70% make percentage on this one for our co-leader Michelle Ortolani.
Yeah, that's a good one. You can see the fist bump.
And he knew how important that was, because Rehan is going to play this hole right behind him, and Rehan has horsepower to get home in
118?
Oh no, on 15.
On 15, yeah, of course.
So this making birdie on 15, it was really important for Michelle.
And one thing we've seen about Rehan, that he's a very consistent driver on tight holes, like especially when we've seen him on hole number 1.
He's played his amateur golf on really tight tracks, and he's a good driver of the ball.
Cullen now with what would appear to be a birdie putt, maybe right inside firm.
Yes.
Yeah, well done.
Well, good job done there. So Cullen is 1 over till then, so that's going to take him to even par and 8 under for the tournament. 8 under presently is at 11th position, and 7 under is at 13th position. Really good positive stroke on that putt by Michelle Ortolani. Cullen also, you can see there's a lot of positive acceleration on that stroke. Tuck in the woodworks on number 18. Let's see if he can muster up something from there. So the group of Michelle Ortolani, Cullen Joshi, and Yashas Chandra MS on the 16th tee. By the way, that was not for birdie, that was for par, to remain tied for the lead. Sure, yeah.
Well, either way, that worked out well for him. And a much required par indeed. As you have a look at, I'm pretty certain these players are not going to go for this flag. There's a risk and reward ratio, but when the tournament's on the line, I think you want to be a little safer, maybe 4-5 feet ahead of this flag.
It has to be on good line.
Oh, look at that golf shot! Now that's
the closest we've seen today.
Yeah, he's got he's got a lot of gusto. Sorry,
We've had a few twos there, but we haven't seen since we started televising this whole any.
Yeah, towards the business end of things, you'd see that the players are a little more circumspect. Very important shot for Michelle here. I think with him and Rehan tied, I think 10 feet ahead, playing about 3 yards. Just take yardage about 3 yards extra.
Yeah, this one is a bit right, but
I think he is. This is what you don't want to do, especially.
Not sure where that finished up.
I think that's in the drink. You don't want to be doing that, and this wind, it's really buffeting, and it's headwind from the left hand side, probably from 10 o'clock. The wind is blowing into the player's face from.
That's surprising. Yes, on number 16. for our co-leader,
Yeah, so
Michelle Ortolani. That's going to open up the door for
yeah, and that's
others.
not it's not going to be an easy bogey either, because when you take a drop, you don't have much space to work with. So if that is indeed in the water,
We're not
he's
sure
looking
if
at.
it's in the water. It could be just short of the green as well.
It could be, but if by any chance it's in the water, then that could be the proverbial water.
Because it wasn't offline, so it's just maybe gust of wind or maybe just me.
Yeah, it's really windy. Look at the trees. So I would say err on the side of caution on this. So Yashas also pretty much in the thick of things. So wants to get it about 15 feet beyond the pin, and that should serve him really well.
A bit left of that tee shot.
That'll do fine. That's a good
Just
shot.
Finding the putting surface.
That's a prudent shot, and that gives him an outside shot at birdie. He put about 30, 35 feet. But that's a brilliant shot by Cullen, right on the money. We'll soon find out if Michelle Ortolani is on dry land or not. And I think that's going to be a cliffhanger in the context of this tournament that could decide the tournament for him.
Yes, that's if it's dry. Otherwise, Rehan looks to be
Is firmly in control.
Very much in control of everything. He's been very steady. 4 birdies, 1 bogey so far. And the bogey on number 8, which is the tough par 4. So, no slip other than that. Shaurya with his chip on number 17 into the wind, front pin position. Maybe missed his spot by 6 inches or so. It's a tight chip there. Love to know where that ball ended up on number 16 for Michelle Ortolani. This is the group of Chishap. Sorry. Kshitij with call. Shaurya Bhattacharya and Raj Singh Gill. Kshitij with call. 2 over today, having started with the snowman on number 1. Here for triple OB8. Rehan Thomas in bunker on number 15 and doing a brilliant job of it, leaving himself a pretty straightforward uphill putt for birdie. Quality bunker shot there by our co-leader Rehan Thomas. He might find himself in the lead in a few minutes. You're not sure where the ball of Michelle Ortolani ended up on number 16, the par 3. Looked to be short. There is a water hazard there. It could be in it. Akshay Sharma on number 15, our overnight leader, presently at 10 under. That will take him to 11 under, even par for today now. Firm positive stroke by Akshay on that occasion. Sachin Basoya for his birdie putt on number 15, the short par 4. Sachin presently at 11 under. Just narrowly missing his birdie there on number 15. Just, probably a bit disappointed with his approach. He would have liked to see it closer to the hole. It's a relatively short par for 360 yards in number 15. So we have seen quite a few birdies there today. More than half the field has birdied number 15. Rehan, 3.5 feet for birdie on number 15 to take the solo lead. Just have a clear visual on where you want this ball to start, and just he's been stroking it really well today. So yeah, really good stroke there again by Ryan Thomas. Birdie on 15 takes him to 14 under. So a bit of change on top of our leaderboard. Rehan Thomas moving to 14. Not sure with the trials and tribulations of Michel Ortolani on number 16 so far. But, presently, he will stick to his score of 13 under. And you can see that updated leaderboard on your screen. Manu Gandas 12 under. I think Manu Gandas needs to make at least one birdie coming in, and hopefully a little bit of help from Rehan if he has any chances of winning. Manu Das playing his final hole for the event. Twenty feet for birdie. A bit of left to right movement on it when it starts losing its speed. So we have confirmation Michel Ortolani has bogeyed number 16 and dropped to 12 under, and 2 shots behind. Now our leader is Rehan Thomas at 14. Manu birding number 18 has moved to 13 under. So now all you can do is wait and watch. So really good back nine by Manu Gandas. He's really turned up the heat coming in. 5 under for his back nine. You can see there, really perfect speed on that putt. Saptak Talwar finishing up on number 18. Saw him in a spot of bother with his tee shot on the left. Really good roll on that putt.
But a good bogey, all things considered. If Michel did indeed hit the water hazard, I think that would be the only way he would have made 4. So he would have made up and down.
Singh Gill, he's making some really crucial birdies coming in. He's birdied number 17 and moved to 11 under, and in a tie for 4th position.
Yeah, and lots of birdies. Seems that the putter is also working. 17th hole, birdied the 15th hole. And we saw him holding that putt on 15. Then the 13th, the par 5, that would have been easy pickings for him. But really turning it on. And if he can make birdie on the last hole and post 12 under par,
because right now he's in a four-way tie for fourth.
Yeah.
So
I think 12 under par could do it. You never know. I mean, Rehan still has 3 more holes to go, and
I'm deep
here at hole number 16.
This is you see one really good tee shot here. This is our final group. That was, beg your pardon, Sachin Basoya hitting his tee shot.
So there's going to be no claimant for the Nissan Magnite.
Yeah, it goes.
That beautiful car, cherry red, looks so nice. Rather red. I think there's so many variants of red. I'll have to be very specific, but a beautiful deep red nevertheless.
Burgundy?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a little trending towards burgundy, I guess. There's so many different variants of a color. I never quite did understand those. Purple has mauve and I don't know what, and then there are many new colors combinations that have come up. But either way, that's a beautiful car that stays there, proudly displayed on hole number 16. They were the partners this week for the hole-in-one, and this week, unfortunately, no claimant. Same as the previous week. As we look at hole number 16, intricately designed hole number 16 with that sliver of a water hazard. Looks very harmless, but you see it's gobbled up quite a few errant golf balls.
This gives the hole a smiley.
Hmm.
And Michel Ortolani having bogey things, just move to 12-1. But it's if he can somehow get a couple of threes in and make it interesting for us. Rehan looks really solid right now. He's putting well, he's hitting the ball well. Amardeep being robbed of another birdie there.
I won't say it's a bulky putter. The putter, there's few putts, some really good putts he's hold. It's just been that he's been on song.
Even yesterday, we saw a lot of near misses by Amar. Shah's. He's someone who keeps knocking on the door.
Yeah, I like a consistent player. You got to be consistent week in, week out to achieve long-term, lasting results. And he's somebody who keeps working on his game, grinding. He's always in and there, and that's the kind of player who will have a good career.
I think in golf, to have a good career, consistency will always beat intensity.
That's a tricky lie. He's driven it there.
Yeah, it's a really good bunker shot also. We saw that earlier, keeping it below the hole.
And downhill, he was able to execute it really well, was Rehan. This is his first start, and that would be a record, by the way. He's not a rookie. He's got an exemption this week.
Okay.
He's not come to the Q school. And this is his first start on the Professional Golf Tour of India. In the history of the Professional Golf Tour of India, nobody's won in this start. So that would be, he would be in a rarefied air, so as to speak.
Yeah, it's but he's got a very good pedigree. He's played at Oklahoma State. He's played the PGA Tour, Americas and Latin America. So he knows how to. He's played at a high level of competition. So he's in familiar territories. Starting the week, he was one of the favorites to win. So this is a live coverage of KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna from Coimbatore Golf Club. And we are into the last 3 holes of this tournament. Our leader presently is Rehan Thomas at 14 under, followed by Manu Gandas at 13 under and Michel Ortolani at 12 under. And on the screen is Akshay Sharma, our overnight leader, presently at 11 under. Tied for 4th.
Looks like 14 might might end up being the number. It's very important for Pokrash to birdie the last.
That's
Seeing the wind, this is considerable headwind on this hole, so he can get really close to the 18th hole.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if from this
it's
he can't quite hit the green because the fairways are really soft.
But he's going to have a wedge in, so which is Yashash Chandra playing number 17 from.
This is a difficult shot coming in from the rough, and with the wind like this, very difficult to control it.
Yeah, you can see that.
He's done well, all things considered. That's a good shot because he's coming out from the rough, and the wind is also there, so you can't really judge the flyer. And for those of the uninitiated, flyer is actually when a ball is sitting down in rough, and there's grass that gets trapped between the ball and the club face, leading to overspin. As we have a look at hole number 17.
This is Michel Ortolani with his approach.
He needs to bounce back after that.
He needs 2 twos.
He's overshot that. The only silver lining is that he'll be able to get a read of Yashash
Chandra. The third member on this group is Kalin Joshi. Kalin presently sits at 1 under. Today, 9 under for the tournament. That's our tournament director, Sampath Chari, overseeing the finish of this event. You can see from the way the flags are fluttering, there's the wind has really picked up, and it's going to make an exciting finish. Sharma has just birdied 16 and moved to 12 under. 2 more birdies and he could do the same result of this event. And Rehan almost has birdie.
What a great shot! ரித்துராஜ் ரொம்ப டயர்டா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இதோ ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் பிரேக்.
ஆனா இது என்ன பிளஸ் சைன்? அம்ருதாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு செல் லெவலில் ஹைட்ரேஷன் தேவை. அதன் எலக்ட்ரோலைட்ஸ் உங்கள் செல்களை ரீஹைட்ரேட் செய்து எனர்ஜியை மீட்டு தரும். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகத்தை தீர்த்திடும்.
சோர்வால் ஏற்படும் தாகத்திற்கு அமிர்தாஞ்சன் எலக்ட்ரோ பிளஸ். சோர்வை நீக்கிடும், தாகம் தீர்த்திடும்.
Yeah, a really good outing last week at Mysuru, also finished in at 2 under. Another good week here, he's finished up well.
And we have a look at hole number 18 with the players coming through on the final hole.
This is the group of Pokraj Singh Gill, Shaurya Bhattacharya and Kshitij Navid Kaul. Raj presently 11 under. This is the important hole for him as far as remuneration is goes.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets pretty costly right towards the end. A shot can mean, much solitary shot can mean a few lakhs, if not more. So it's important, especially for the players who are in the top 5, and also the world ranking points. Mind you, those are very important for these players who venture overseas, and they play a lot of qualifying schools. I know somebody like Pokraj, he plays, I think he plays for the Asian, he went on the Asian Tour qualifying also, if I'm not wrong, a few years ago, went on Middle East as well. So he plays quite a few international qualifying events. So it's very important that he keeps accumulating those world ranking points.
Yeah, and top 5 get the OWGR now tour, so within that.
It's a really nice putt, lag putt by Yashash. Very well judged, especially given the windy conditions. He's putting with the wind, so that makes it
downhill, down grain with the
wind.
So it's a tough one to get the place correct. He's done a brilliant job of it. Kalu, his man Friday on the bag.
Yeah, very experienced caddy. He knows how to manage a player. Just a lot more than a caddy. He also does a little bit of coaching over the years. He's learned his own indigenous ways, and he's a very good student of the game.
He must have seen how this ball moves from
Pretty similar result, and to be honest, there's a little bit of meat left on that bone.
Yeah, he's got difference a little more work than he would have
A
wanted.
little aggressive trying to make that putt, trying to make amends for the last hole, but definitely needs to make this one, as Ryan Thomas has made a birdie on hole number 16, and now he leads the tournament by 2 shots.
I think this had to go in for Michelle to have any say.
That's quite a birdie. I mean, he's birdied 13, 15, 16 as Ryan.
Yeah.
No sign of nerves.
And he's a prolific ball striker, so he's been rewarded for it. And he was so low key throughout the whole round. You know, we were talking, Michelle Ortolani, then we were always talking about, and then it's just steady, just had a good run towards the end, and he's taken a stranglehold on this tournament. Raj with his brother Digraj on the back today. I always thought Raj was taller, but I was wrong. Raj was a very good junior also. Yeah, Raj's brother.
That's good to have a sibling in a similar profession. You can always feed off each other, and I think.
See Cullen narrowly missing his birdie on number 17 on that occasion. Shell has his out. This is worth quite a bit of change.
Yeah, he should make this, and maybe if he makes birdie and ends up at 14 under par, he's still in it. But I think if he's
he's at 12, so a birdie will.
Sorry, I was
taking him at 13. I think this tournament is enormous.
I mean, he needs to be at least at 13 to hope against Hopen. I mean, at 12, it's pretty much done and dusted.
The tee shot on 17,
16,
on 17 for Rehan. If it's on the fairway, this tournament is probably done and dusted.
To be honest, I was a little surprised by Michelle if he did indeed hit it in the drink on. Yeah, it's all starting to come undone, and
it's
that's
almost like a tale of 2 nines. 1 9 brilliant, and then something happened to him.
Yeah, it tends to happen sometime, but he can hold his head up high. He's played brilliant golf, and he just wants to maybe end on a good note, make a birdie on the last, and finish at 11 under par, which currently is good enough for a tie for 5th.
Yeah, that's makes Pukraj's putt even more important. Shas Chandra MS with his par putt on number 17, tidying up. A birdie on Rehan is center cut on number 17. Shaurya, there's no let up in that boy.
Yeah, made us turn stuff.
Kshitij Navit Kaul having a really good back 9 after 4 birdies on it, and this is another birdie attempt on number 18.
Oh, yes.
Making it.
Brilliant putt.
Can you imagine? He's crawled his way back to even par for today. And 8 under for the tournament. He started with that snowman on number 1. Dropped another one on number 8. Then birdied
Yeah, that's what I
10.
said. When we spoke about it, I said he's probably not going to win the tournament, but you have to make sure that you keep fighting back. And he's just been brilliant. He's reeled off 5 birdies in the last 8 holes, so it just shows you the kind of pedigree that he has. And of course, it's a lot about willpower. And it's not easy to come back after an 8 on the first hole. I mean, he's been almost blemish-free after that. He's played a fantastic round, just a couple of bogeys and 6 birdies after that. So it shows you that golf, it's a tale of 18 holes. You never know which hole you might drop a shot, but sometimes it's unfortunate that just at the start, if the wheels come off the wagon, so to speak, you still have to carry on.
This takes me back to when I was a junior and I saw one tournament that Daniel Chopra on the first hole in Delhi Golf Course. He started with the 12 and finished even par.
Yeah, so you have to keep your wits about you and know that if you're a good player and if you trust your game, and then
it's good to see Muniappa play well this week. He's 3 rounds under par, total of 7 under.
Yeah, that's a good week and that'd be decent.
And
Good check.
And he had a 66 in it.
Yeah, that was a brilliant round by Muniappa. I look at the course record holder, Adil Bedi. Just had a fantastic round on the second day, 9 under, then not quite able to follow that up in the final 2 rounds, the 3 over. Today he started off well, but tapered off on his back 9, which was the front 9 of the golf course, eventually finishing up with a 1 over par round. So it just shows you that golf is rather unpredictable. He was 9 under on a single day, but the rest of the day is not quite able to replicate that form. It's some of these things in golf, it's very difficult to grasp that if you can shoot 9 under, the rest of the days don't quite go your way, even though it definitely proves that you're on song and you have all your faculties working to the best of their ability. You're not going to shoot 9 under on a track like this otherwise.
Failing to make birdie on number 18, so he's finished at 11 under and he's tied for 4th alongside Michel Ortolani and Prakash Chandra MS and Sachin Basoya. So important holes coming up for our last 2 groups. It's worth a lot of money and world ranking points. Let's see how this Rehan has hit the center of the fairway on 17, which is the only chance of taking this game back, right? And with his 10th and nothing more than a sandwich for him. That's the view of the par 3 16th hole, which has the Nissan Magnite as the hole-in-one prize. Beautiful scenes, aerial scenes of Coimbatore Golf Club. And here is a updated leaderboard. Rehan Thomas 15 under, 2 shots ahead of Manu Gandas, who's finished up. So he can't make any more birdies. And then 12 under Akshay Sharma. 11 under Raj Singh Gill, Yashar, Ortolani, Soya. Then 9 under for Milan Soni, Odin Mane, and Amrit Malik. So that brings up the top 10 of this event. We still have a couple of holes left for our leader, Rehan Thomas, so he has hit fairway on number 17, which is par 5, playing into the teeth of the wind, and Akshay, brilliant chip from the back of the green. This is an important 2 holes coming up for him. If he can somehow make one more birdie and amount to a significant change in his earnings this week.
It's all happening here at Coimbatore. Rehan Thomas has really thrust his way into the lead with a fantastic 5 under par. He still has 2 holes to go. Michel Ortolani was the leader for the longest time. He had a 4-shot lead before capitulating on the back 9. Unfortunate for him.
Thomas is on the inside bunker on number 17, so this is interesting. It looks like he was plugged. Oh, this is not over. Sure, yeah. This is not over yet.
Yeah, so looks like he will. I think he's gone on into the bunker on the other side. So yes,
Yeah, because this is playing into the wind, and if he's hit that wedge which he had in his hand coming in, it must have got plugged.
So Manu Gandas is
he should go
the
to
closest
stay loose
pursuit of lead. He's 13 under par, so he finds himself 2 shots behind, but it's pretty much not done yet. There's a lot happening here at the Coimbatore Golf Club.
Yeah, it's he's got another bunker shot coming up. Though this is not going to be a buried lie, but nevertheless, it's a lot of pressure on it.
Yeah, it's really turning out to be an absolute cliffhanger. You don't quite know what's going to happen next. The lead has exchanged hand quite a few times. There have been some unexpected errors and some fantastic birdies and shots. I think this is the kind of golf course that brings out.
He's not in the bunker, I don't think so. He's on the edge of the green. You can't see the ball, but he's in that lip,
He's on the
lip of the bunker.
It's not going to be easy for him to make up and down from here. It's going to be a very precarious shot from here.
It's not a shot you practice much.
He doesn't really take time at all. He's
yeah, and he's good technique on that shot.
Look at that golf shot.
That's a really tough chip.
He hit that shot in all of 5 seconds, and I'll tell you that the lie wasn't really normal. He was on the upslope. It might have been nestled down, but it just shows you he's so decisive, and he's sure of his ability as well. There are 2 things which come to mind, and he doesn't let the nerves get to him. Fantastic, really. I'm thoroughly impressed by Rian. I think he's cut from a different cloth as this man. Manu Gandas is second at 13 under par. Here at the KGiSL presents Coimbatore Open 2024, powered by Prima Donna. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, alongside Amit Dubey. It's been scintillating action thus far, and even till now, we're not quite sure who's going to end up winning the tournament.
Well, Rehan has a ticklish little for bogey coming up, and this is to keep him a shot ahead of Manu Gandas, who's finished his round and is at 13 under. Really well done there by Rehan Thomas. He made life difficult for himself. Hitting the fairway, then just flaring that wedge out to the right, finding a buried lie, hitting it over the green, then making this really good up and down to make bogey. So he's still 1 shot ahead of Manu, playing the last hole. Really. Last hole is a 380-yard par 4, playing downwind. On the screen is Kalin Joshi playing alongside Michel Ortolani, who led this event for a long time before he ran into some trouble in 16 and 17. So currently at 11 under, and a tie for 4th.
You know, the biggest tournaments, they always bring out, as they say, you know, the cream rises to the top, and a lot of drama comes in with a layout as difficult as Coimbatore golf course. It's, you know, it's got its opportunities for birdies, and it gives you really a lot of holes to think. It gives you multiple options, and we've seen players make eagles, and you know, it's almost like playing 2 different golf courses at times, owing to the wind. as you can see the flag fluttering, and it's so important for the golfers also not just to strike it well, but also keep their composure, because it might just become a battle of attrition, which it has at this point in time. You've seen for the first 15, 16 holes, there were a lot of birdies, but right towards the end, like Michelle making some mistakes, now Ryan making a bogey in 17.
A very uncharacteristic bogey,
Exactly.
So he was in the center of the fairway, and he's hit a lot of good shots.
It's not just about hitting a good shot; it's also about factoring in the wind, and sometimes you're not able to just absorb everything in. So this wind can really wreak havoc on your plans.
Yashash Chandra with his birdie putt coming up on number 18. He's had a lot of near misses today. A day of what could have been. And it's put a lot of steam on that one, Shaurya.
Yeah, we've seen that's probably owing to the wind. It does make a lot of difference. You can see that flag. I mean,
it's not over yet. This is 18 has yielded a few bogeys today.
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to be a very important drive. But seeing the way that he's handling pressure, I mean, and the way that he's driven the ball, I mean, something really out of character has to happen for him to drop a shot, I feel.
Luckily for him, this is playing downwind, almost straight.
Yeah.
And straight downwind actually corrects almost everything as far as ball striking is concerned. And then he's
even a slight miss.
He's got a big target to hit to with a wedge.
Yeah,
and he's putting well, so it looks unlikely for him
if
to
you
come.
are to talk about percentages, I would think there's probably a 5% chance of him making a bogey in this win. He'll probably birdie at 5 times.
Pressure is something else. He knows he has to make 4 now.
I don't know. I mean, I do agree with you, but seeing how he handled the 17th, that shot was not easy against.
He had he was in the center of the fairway on 18 on 17. He flared it out to the right. He's not done that.
That is there as well. Pressure can do strange things, as we saw earlier on.
You're not sure where he's hit his drive either. We've seen a few people miss it on the left on number 18.
It's definitely adding to the excitement for our viewers, and that's why we tell you, do tune in to ABP Live and Eurosport to enjoy the best golfers in the country and abroad, featuring on the Professional Golf Tour of India. And this week we're live from Coimbatore Golf Club. We're almost at the end of proceedings, and we still don't know who's going to be the victor, who's going to be the vanquished. One thing we know, that Cullen Joshi always finishes in style.
Yeah, that's a really important part. That takes him to 10 under. He's broken the log jam at 9 under for 8th place, and he's going to be 8th solo with that putt.
It's good. It's seriously love to see a player finish in style, make a birdie. It shows you that keeping the focus right till the end. Every stroke matters. At the end of the year, when you're fighting for the order of merit.
Let's see where Rehan has hit his drive on number 18. He's striding up the fairway, so it looks like he has hit the fairway.
So it's a very important putt for Yashas. He's currently tied 4th, and if he makes this putt, he remains there and he's able to accumulate his world ranking points.
Otherwise, he goes into a tie for 8th. With,
so that's a big drop.
Joshi.
Even in terms of prize fund, tied for 4th and a tie for 8th. That's going to be quite a few lakhs. So our hope is with him, and this should be able to make it, because he's seen the line when he hit the first putt. And yes, he does make it. Fantastic putt.
Carlos' heart must have been in his mouth.
Please spare a thought for the caddy. He's normally on a percentage which seems to be 10% of the prize fund. So it's
all smile now.
He's a happy camper. So as Yasha said, it's not everybody can win a tournament. 126 players tee off, but it's important to hold up and play well.
He's 11 under. He's only 3 shots behind our leader right now.
Look at those 2 fantastic putts. This putt kind of broke left, right, and then straightened up right at the end. And you saw that. They come in all sizes and shapes. You can't.
And 37 on the front and came in with a 33.
Although they say that you should have like a monochrome personality, not get affected, but you have all kinds. You can be fiery, you can be tempestuous as long.
Made a lot of money in the last 4 hours. He's gone birdie, par birdie.
That's
he's our fastest finisher.
Yeah, that's he's gone 4 under for the last 8.
There we have the stage is set. Just waiting to see where our leader has hit his drive. He has hit it maybe just off the fairway on the left.
Mane also in with a good round today, 3 under par, so 9 under in the final 2 days. That's how you get it down on the weekend.
Akshay Sharma presently at 12 under.
Maybe if he can get this
birdie will get him closer to his one shot adrift of second position.
He'll have about 25 feet, 20 feet or so, but the wind is blowing. We have Sachin.
Yeah, Sachin is needs to birdie this off if he wants to come into the top 5 and make those world ranking points other than a larger paycheck.
It's very difficult to control the flight in so much wind.
Yeah, it's it's a good guess how the ball's going to react.
Yeah, it's right from the fairway, but that bounded on, and that was
I think just beyond that flag is the grain goes the other way, so it releases.
Yeah, but that's there is. I think you're right. It's not the easiest shot given the wind for Ryan because the first bounce is so pivotal that you're able to get a little
coming
grab.
From position A1. You have to give.
He's already hit his shot,
and he's pulled the trigger before you can say Jack Robinson, and he's found the
and he's put a lot of spin on it. That's just spun off. I mean, he has a lot of compression on the golf ball. I'll tell you that much. And he's sitting pretty about 20 feet.
But that putt is downwind, like big time downwind.
Yeah, normally that putt he'll hold, but when you're trying to win a tournament, you think I just want
to
putt.
dramatize things. I think Rohan Thomas has been putting really well today.
I mean, we have viewers. We have to make it interesting for them. If we just say it's done and dusted, they might just leave. So stay with us. You never know what's going to happen. It's a golf tournament.
Golf is a very funny game, and stranger.
No case of nerves for the man yet. He seems like a man of steel. The way he's playing, he's handled himself really well. Consistent rounds all throughout everything. I think he's one of the few golfers.
Sachin must have, when he hit that shot, must have expected to finish it closer than what he is.
Yeah, you saw that he sort of just his ball bounded ahead.
Must have hit a hard patch on the downslope or something.
Still can make this putt, although it's against the wind, so we'll need to give it a good wrap.
Presently in a tied for 4th position alongside Raj Singh Gill, Michelle Otulani and Yashas Chandra. Akshay Sharma at 12 under has an expensive putt coming up as well. And you never know, like Akshay's putt is to take him to 13 under, which is where Manu Kandas is presently.
It all matters at the end when the order of merit is formed, not just for the winner, it's also for the exemptions on final stages for bigger tours, DP World Tour. Also that you get to play the Hero Indian Open the next year and the Challenge Tour events. There's a lot to play for, even for the subsequent year.
Yeah, everything is has a repercussion out on our tour. So every shot is important.
And you also get final stage exemptions into multiple tours. So, it's important to try and finish in the top 5, top 10.
This is a fast putt into the wind. This is it's tough to judge these, I can tell you.
Yeah, that's very difficult to judge. Putting into the wind, I think he's done a good job.
Yeah, he's left himself very easy tap in, which is what you want.
The wind gods not making it easy for Ryan either. The wind is really gusting now.
Yeah, but he's played practically 2/3 of this round in this wind, so I'm sure he's got a fair bit of idea of how it's going to affect the ball.
Surveying the putt now.
And Dubai gets really windy where he...
Is it safe to say it's the biggest putt of his career thus far?
I'm not sure, so I'm not going to say that. But
I mean, you're talking about winning the biggest event. You talk of one CR event. First time you come here, it's a huge putt. I can safely say that this is,
probably
of course, he's had a stellar
of prize money.
Yeah, he's had a stellar career, but nothing compares to this. This is big time.
Yeah, really good stroke there. Let's see where he finishes up.
Look at that. Look at that. Not a case of nerves.
There's a saying in golf: when you got to use them.
I think he should wait and clear up, or is he going to celebrate right now? And he's a man who doesn't. He's a little too nonchalant. He's a cool customer. I think he's got ice running.
He didn't want to sit on that one. He just said, okay, let me just.
He's got ice running through his veins. This young man. And I believe that's his old man on the bag, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether it's his uncle or his dad.
Yeah, we don't have confirmation, but it's definitely somebody who has a lot of admiration, who he has a lot of admiration for, and just fantastic to see that, friendly face. But, I'm so impressed. He finished it, no case of nerves, and he's going to go on to some really big things with a game like that and with nerves of steel.
Yeah. This is an expensive putt. This is to go into a tie for second position. If you were to make it, Akshay was our overnight leader. He started the day at...
But he really turned it on the back nine, did Akshay?
11 under. He just... Yeah.
That was a good run. He gave that a good run.
Left himself a little more work than he would have wanted. And then there's 4 people at 11 under right behind him. So
this is a really expensive putt.
Again, a very expensive putt. So every putt
it could either be tie for second, or
no, that's out of the question now because
a solo third,
or a tie for third,
or a 4-way or a 5-way tie for fourth, which would for third, and that would basically be getting the prize money of 5th. So yeah, it's a considerable drop, to be honest. This is it's around a part of maybe around 3 odd lakhs.
3 odd lakhs, yeah.
Yeah, this is
probably.
Yeah,
this one is going to just make a really good stroke.
But he's really good from this range. I like the way he's. Yeah, there he does it. Fantastic. Well played to Akshay Sharma, but the stage belongs to only one man who goes by the name Ryan Thomas.
Yeah,
he's cool as ice.
He's our winner of the second edition of the KGiSL.
Oh, now the customary dousing in water. He deserves that. He can finally let his hair down and smile a bit. He's been very serious.
They played amateur golf together. With Colin and Rehan.
Yeah, Rehan is a very serious character, and it's the first time we've seen him crack a smile, and rightly so, winning such a big tournament. And he carried himself so well. And I'm sure his parents are proud of him, and so are we. It's the first time on tour he's created history.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been done before, but I'm sure it's not been done.
Not been done on the Professional Golf Tour of India. You just informed that
somebody to win their first ever event on the PGTI. I know it happened before PGTI was formed.
Yeah, he could become the first player to win in his first appearance on the PGTI. So yeah. And look at how well he judged it. I thought he would mark this and then, bask in the glory. But you know what they say: victors don't wait for no one.
Yeah, this was a really good effort at getting to 13 under by Akshay, which would have brought him into a tie for second place with Manu. But
I must say, I'm really impressed. I was really impressed by how Akshay held his nerve. Last 5 holes, he played so well. He made 3 birdies and 1 bogey. So, really good finish. It's been a week to remember. Fortunately for Michel, didn't quite work out the way he would have wanted, but he was mighty impressive on that front nine.
It was a tale of 2 nines for him. Just like similar to what happened with Rory at the US Open, it was a tale of 2 nines.
You know, I think what you can say for Michel that he won the battle, but he lost the war.
I think he got a little, you know, when you get to that position, you're familiar with it. It's you learn from it, and I'm sure he's learned from this outing of his, and it'll make him stronger, and he'll know how to handle it better next time.
And for all our viewers, we'd request you to stay with us for a while. We'll run through the highlights and then get through the prize ceremony, and let's just look at some of the top scores. We have Ryan Thomas winning the tournament in spectacular fashion. Then you have Manu Gandas, played really well. Akshay Sharma, who we saw hitting that putt on the final. Raj Singh Gill with a flurry of birdies towards the end. Michel Ortolani, solid play on the front nine. You know, I'm certain that he'll become stronger from this experience. A brilliant player from Italy. Then you have Yashas Chandra.
He's always knocking in the door.
Yeah, very consistent tie for 4th. And then you have Sachin Besoya also in with a tie for 4th. And you have Khalin Joshi finishing in style at 10 under par. Further down you have Milind Soni, really had it going today before that double bogey on hole number 16 derailed his campaign. He finished at 9 under par. Alongside Udyan Mane and Amardeep Malik, who was all guns blazing in the first 5 holes. Lots of putts going in the hole, but the putts, with some very good putts on the back nine as well.
I think he's putted better than what it shows on the scorecard. He had a lot of near misses this week, and it'll fall into place. You know, golf is a great equalizer.
Yeah, Aman Raj with the round of the day. 6 under par, fantastic round by Aman. He can really turn it on. He's got that game that when he's on, he can shoot deep numbers on any kind of golf course. Fantastic round by the man with the hat. And Shaurya Bhattacharya in for a tie 12. Mohammad Azhar, 3 under par tray, 14th position, tied alongside the long hitting Varun Parekh. Harinder Gupta, 2 under today, 7 under for the tournament. M. Dharma, C. Munyappa, former Indian Open champion, also in tie for 14th position, alongside Jairaj Singh Sandhu, the southpaw, and Kshitij Navid Paul, who rallied like a champion. He was 5 over for his round, started with a Snowman 8, a quadruple bogey on hole number 1, but then really got it together on the back nine. He finishes his campaign at 7 under par. And then Angad Chima, Chandigarh-based professional, making 4 birdies in the last 6 holes for a 5 under par round, and in for a time 21st position. So it was a stellar week, and
this was Amar with birdie on number 1. Manu following suit with birdie number 1 as well. Saptak narrowly missing on number 1. This was Amar with his birdie on number 2. He got off to a fast start. He had birdie, bogey number 3, but came back with 2 more birdies. This is Shaurya Bhattacharya missing out on number 2. That was got fooled there. Michel Ortolani. This was his birdie on number 2 from the back of the green. Raj Singh Gill. Manu Das coming up short on number 5. Not having the best of days today, 3 over. Ryan Thomas with that birdie on number 5. That was his first birdie of the day. He started with 4 pars. That was Ryan for his birdie attempt on number 6, narrowly missing out. Modi and Mane. From the back of the green on number 10 for birdie. So yeah, shaving the hole there. Navid Paul with his approach into number 9. This is a really good shot. Almost holding out. Shaurya Bhattacharya with his bunker shot on number 9, the par 5. Maldeep Malik with his birdie attempt on number 12. Saptak Talwar narrowly missing out on his par attempt on number 12. Shaurya getting it up and down from the bunker with his putt on number 12. This was a brilliant wedge shot on number 12 by Sachin, getting a lot of spin out of that rough. Ryan with his clean up par putt on number 12. This was Manu Gandas's long birdie attempt on number 16, narrowly missing. Amar, he got robbed with another one of those putts that looked like he was going to find the hole. You can't believe how that didn't go in. Ortolani's par putt on number 15. Kalin Joshi for birdie on 15 after driving the green on the par 4. Sharma's long birdie putt going in on number 15. This is birdie putt on number 18 that took him to 13 under. His birdie attempt on 17 after maybe misjudging the wind with his approach, and then which led to a 3-putt bogey. Kalin Joshi with a birdie putt on number 17, narrowly missing out. Par putt there by Kshitij. Now with call on number 18. Colin Joshi making a really good birdie on number 18. Break the log jam at 11 at 9 under.
This is a really good putt by Yashish.
Very important putt as far as the prize money is concerned. Rehan.
And this is probably the lag of the week. This was a lesson in lag putting.
Yeah, he just he's in total control of his nerves, you can see. Sharma really good. Could make this one to tie. And the last narrowing is out.
Akshay Sharma, Manu Gandas, Rehan Thomas, Adil Bedi and Sachin Besoya, to name a few. Finally, we had the most deserving champion. To begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Sampat Chari, Tournament Director, PGTI, Mr. Prasad Shanmugam, CEO, KGiSL, Mr. R. Gopinath, President, Coimbatore Golf Club, and Mr. T. Ravichandran, Honorary Secretary, Coimbatore Golf Club. I request Mr. Sampachari to kindly make the opening address.
Good afternoon, everybody. The President, the Secretary, our sponsor, sir, thank you very much for having us out here. I think it's been a fabulous tournament. You know, the club is undergoing a lot of renovation, a lot of new greens that we played on, and just because of the professional tournament that we had here the last week, they stopped work. You know, they stopped work and said, let's just have this tournament underway, and then we'll get back to, you know, continuing the balance holes that we have to do. That's why we had two different kinds of greens. We had the old greens, which played extremely well. We had the new greens, which also played extremely well. I think we owe a tremendous round of applause to the Greens Committee and the team who worked tirelessly throughout in giving us a fabulous tournament. The captain was very, very concerned that, you know, every time the professionals come, the wind goes away. Today, we had the wins. We had some fantastic play, good scoring, and like Nikhil said, we had some fantastic course records coming in. May not be a course record for the simple fact that we did play, you know, a lift and place for the simple reason that there were a lot of issues every morning, so we had to do it. We didn't have a choice, but I can assure you that in times to come, we will do away with that. Probably next year, we'll play the course the way it's supposed to be played. That's what the game is all about. All in all, I think extremely good work done by everybody, and I must especially mention Senthil. When I came in here about a month back and I told him what I wanted, the difference that I saw then and now has just been immense. Big thank you to Senthil, sir, under the guidance of all of you people out here. It's been a great tournament, and this is one venue that we should not miss. It really tests the skill of the players out here, and I'm sure we look forward to coming back out here. And the last thing is, I think the press coverage has been excellent. There's no place for you know, more media coverage out there. The boards are absolutely packed. And to the winner, I think he's come all the way from Dubai to play out here. That's because he's heard of the, you know, the tremendous rise in prize money and the performances of the professional golf club players that we have here in the country. I'm sure he's going to enjoy his balanced stay out here in India, playing all these tournaments, you know, and it's going to be good for us and for all of us here. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to coming back here.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Prasad Shanmugam, CEO KGiSL, representing our presenting partner this week, to kindly say a few words.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, thanks to all the pros who have actually come out here and entertained us for the last 4 days. Thank you very much. Rehan, where is Rehan? Rehan, yesterday I was in Dubai and I was at Emirates Golf Club, and we weren't playing though. We were having a beer and people were inquiring about you. And I refreshed the scorecards and saw that you were second yesterday, and all of them wished, you know, wanted me to wish you for today, and it happened. So I'm going to be sending a pic to all of them. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
I'd now like to request Mr. R. Gopinath, President, Coimbatore Golf Club, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think everything that needs to be said, I think they've said. This year we got our wins back. I was worried that we will get into the 20s. The last 2 days, the wins kind of evened it out. I think a 14 under doesn't really fully reflect how good the golf was. I think the 14 under is the equivalent of 20 in most other places. I think there was some incredible golf out there, all of you. I think it seems to be getting better and better every year. I think the PGTA is not paying you guys enough for the kind of skills you have. Speaking on behalf of the Coimbatore Golf Club, it has been our privilege to host you guys. There was a lot of work that was going on that was kept pending, but finally the course turned out pretty decently. I must thank the course staff, the F&B staff, the admin staff for various demands that we all imposed on them over the last 1 week. And I guess look forward to seeing you again next year when it might get more windy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We begin the prize presentation, and I'd request Mr. D. Ravichandran to kindly do the honors by presenting the prize to the runner-up this week, Manu Gandas, with scores of 71, 65, 72 and 67 for a total of 13 under 275. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 10 lakh. It's now time to announce the winner, and I would request Mr. R. Gopinath and Mr. Prasad Shanmugam to kindly jointly present the check and the trophy to our champion this week, only the second player to win on the PGTI in his first appearance, Rehan Thomas, 70, 67, 69 and 68 for a total of 14 under 274. He just recently turned pro in May this year. Rehan bags a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh, and he will also take home the beautiful trophy. I would now request the winner to kindly say a few words.
Appreciate it. Thank you. And wanted to first of all thank Coimbatore Golf Club for this event. It was a great week. The course was in great shape, and hats off to the greenkeepers for keeping it this way. It was a lot of fun to play. Next, I got to thank KGiSL and Prima Donna and all the tour partners of PGTI and JP, Mr. Mundi, Mr. Dave for giving me this opportunity to play. It means a lot to me to be playing in India, seeing a lot of familiar faces and friends that I've played a lot of amateur golf with, and look forward to coming back to the PGTI and playing some more. And lastly, I want to thank my uncle for caddying this week. You know, it meant a lot for me to have him on the bag, and he kept me calm and told me to keep breathing. And my sister, of course, for doing all my social media this week. And yeah, it was a great week. I appreciate it, and look forward to playing some more on the PGTI.
Many congratulations to the champion. Before we wrap up, we'd like to thank our very gracious hosts, Coimbatore Golf Club, presenting partner KGiSL, powered by partner Prima Donna, members of the club, members of the committee, Mr. Franklin, the club manager, Mr. Senthil and his greenkeeping team, Mr. Murthy and his F&B team, all players, referees and officials, and of course PGTI's tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Bisleri, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABP Live for the fantastic live coverage, and Eurosport. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you.